first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rowson. This book explores common disasters made by chess players, as well as going into the details and the reasoning behind such mistakes. For today's segment, we will be looking at the second sin, blinking. Blinking can mean missing opportunities. It can also mean a lack of resolution. Rowson, in his book, in the video course, does a great job of explaining this. Now we're looking at an example from the first season of the Champions Chess Tour. White was Liem Quang Le, a very strong Vietnamese grandmaster. Black was Levon Aronian, who needs no introduction. In this position, it's actually Aronian as black to play. He's just made a check, and this check was blocked by the white knight. Now we see that black maybe has some problems with his king. There are no more checks and he needs to deal with the threats. However, Levon was guilty of blinking. He missed an opportunity here. He could have just stayed calm. He could have just played rook takes rook, and after queen takes, then the black rook drops back to block the check. The black rook protected by the black queen. Instead, he blinked. He lost focus just for 1 second and retreated his bishop. This allowed white to deliver a killing blow. Queen to g8, check. And black had to resign because after rook takes queen, this would be checkmate. Blinking, it's a sin. If you want to find out more about the 7 deadly chess sins, go to chessboard.com/sins to enjoy the exclusive video course by Jonathan Rowson.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Ruy Lopez. So the Ruy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, black replies e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, and now the Ruy Lopez is bishop to b5, developing the bishop, preparing to castle, and long-term trying to build a very safe and solid center, especially with the help of c3 and d4 later on. So the Ruy Lopez is a solid opening with a very, very long history. It has been played actually for hundreds of years, many hundreds of years. It has been played by all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It's a very classical opening, and it has stood the test of time for a very, very long time.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Champions Chess Tour. This is Chess24. Now we started with 16 players, an incredible mix of ambitious young talent along with the world's elite. We're down to 8 players. It's time for the knockouts for the quarterfinals here at the Airthings Masters, and it has been an absolute fierce battle coming to this point. Let's take a look at how the preliminaries ended. Let's get our standings up. This is where we were yesterday. As you can see, The bottom 8, it's the end of the road for them. Some heavyweights, favorites like Levon, Anish, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov failed to make it to the knockouts. And while other players, Pragnananda, Notabek didn't make it through, but they were super impressive. Prag was knocked out, but on his way beat Esipenko, beat Magnus, beat Levon, and ended on a high note by defeating Artemiev. 3 of these players are in the quarterfinals. Take a look at the ones who did make it. Ian Nepomniachtchi had a fire-through run, and he finished at the top of the table. Magnus Carlsen, Artemiev, Andrey Esipenko, a debutant at the tour, along with the sensational Erik Hansen, Tingler and Leko Liam, and the youngest in the field, Vincent Kamer. And speaking of Vincent Kamer, I have got my partner in crime, my co-commentator, our chess expert, the legend. He's with us today early on, so let's bring him on. Peter, hi, welcome to the show, to the pre-show.
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Yes, it's sensational result by Vincent, and you know what? I have been already complaining about this, that how difficult it is that Jan plays with Vincent. Let us just enjoy the show. I'm super happy, super proud of Vincent doing it to the knockout stages. Jan was brilliant. Let them fight it out. In any case, one of them will be in the semifinals.
Peter, you say let's just enjoy the show, but we can't let you off the spot so easily. Now, the pre-show is, of course, all about interacting with chat, and you've got so many fans here, Peter, so we don't get time during the games, but I want to send all the greetings from chat to you right now, and a lot of them say, hi, Peter.
Thank you very much. This support really means a lot to me. It's so nice, when you are watching these games and you are trying to give the people what is really happening, all this tension, these amazing dramas, and if we can help to make it as exciting as possible. Chess is a fantastic game, and it's so nice to see that so many people are enjoying it.
Well, Gabriel loves your tie. There is a Peter Leko fan club on. Lots of action going on. Let's also take a look at our quarterfinals bracket. This is the chess action that we're going to witness today. And we've got Ian Nepomniachtchi taking on Vincent Kamer, Erik Hansen against Andrey Esipenko, Vladislav Artemiev takes on Tingler, and Leko Liam against Magnus. Peter, when I look at our bracket, my first feeling is that probably the closest match, at least on paper, is Artemiev against Ding. The other 3 games, the other 3 matches do have a clear favorite, well, at least on paper and rating-wise.
Yes, that's true. There is also the big question, for example, also related to Vincent, that he had incredible run in the preliminaries, but also it's the very, very first experience, so what it takes from the players to play for 4 days consecutively against the world's best with all this incredible pressure, with lot of preparation. One of the biggest advice that I was giving him today, that he should try to recharge, have a nice walk, get as much energy, because freshness will be the most important, especially facing Jan, who is anyway gonna put the pressure right from the start with very, very fast play. And that's going to be a very big challenge on Vincent. Clearly, Jan is the favorite, definitely is the favorite, but we also know that sometimes when you have a clear favorite, that also puts a lot of pressure on you. On the other hand, Nepo is not exactly the guy who shies away from being the favorite, or I think he pretty much enjoys it. It's going to be a fantastic match. That's what I feel. As you said, Magnus against Leko Liam, there was a tweet by Leko Liam, I think, saying that the good news is that I qualified. The bad news is I'm playing Magnus,
I love it. Peter inviting the tweets. It's all about the social media. I still, by the way, have my suspicions. Peter is major sus here. I have a feeling there is a certain secret account, because he just knows more about Twitter sometimes than I do. And chat, how's that even possible? Take a look at the one that Peter was talking about, Leko Liam. Mixed feelings there. He says the good news, qualified to the quarters. The bad news, he is playing Magnus. And we also had some very fascinating, interesting tweets, actually, which I'm going to bring up. Now, the big news, at least in India, where I come from, has been Prag's big win. And the sensational news continues. Lots of big celebrities, sporting fans have shown their support. And we also had a tweet from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, showing his support for Pragnananda. saying we're all rejoicing on the success of the young genius, proud of his accomplishments of winning against the noted world champion. I wish the talented Prag the very best for his future endeavors. Well, we're very excited to see what Prag brings onto the board next in his next tournament. And of course, it's been absolutely phenomenal here, seeing his play at the Champions Chess Tour. This is the first time he's playing in such a mix, his first time at the tour. Let's take a look at some of the other tweets that we had from the players who didn't make it into the knockouts. Anish Giri, it was a tough one for him. He had an interview with Kaya where he said it's been a difficult week from him, starting from the whole Twitter controversy, the hack that happened, moving on to play in the tournament. He's been also having some health issues. And we only hope, despite that, Anish was always in the mix to make it into the knockouts. And it was only on the last day that things went wrong for the Dutch number one. And we are very excited to see Anish back in Grand Prix in Belgrade. So all the best for that. Let's move on. Hans Niemann, who was also very impressive, but failed to make it. The last few games did not go his way. He said the end of the tournament was disappointing. Thank you again to Airthings and Chess24 for giving the opportunity to compete against the best in the world. He's got an OTB event in St. Louis. St. Louis reminds me, Peter, someone in chat just mentioned that St. Louis showed yours and Magnus's blindfold game from 2006. Do you remember that game?
Really? There was a game? Yes, now I understand what it means. Of course, yeah, we played in the wonderful Van Oosterdam tournament in Monaco, yeah, the Amber tournament. And we had some incredible clashes there. I think the game probably that they are talking about is this Nimzo Indian with A3 and all the craziness which now became one of the main topics of opening theory in Nimzo Indian. So yeah, that was one of the very first pioneers. It was Magnus from the white side with all his used energy, wanted to crush me as quickly as possible, and I was fighting back. And it was a very, very great fight. However, I don't know how it ended. I feel that I do remember that it was super exciting. I somehow feel that the game ended in a draw, but yeah, it was a very memorable clash.
You know, Peter, back in 2006, I don't know how old Magnus was. He must have been, around 11 or 12 years old, maybe even younger. I can't do the maths at the top of my head right now. But I've often noticed in interviews, and I've seen a lot of great players speak of how when they played against Magnus at that age as well, they felt that this was a different talent. There was something about this kid. Did you get that feeling as well?
Well, definitely. I mean, okay, Magnus was very, very special. My very first game I played with him, I think, was in Tal Memorial. Actually, I think that the dates are wrong because in 2006, November, I played the Tal Memorial with Magnus for the very first time. And I think the Amber tournament, this game should have been in 2007. That's my feeling, not 2006. But maybe I'm wrong. It's a lot of years ago. I mean, it's really long ago. But yeah, Magnus stood always out. And the same, I think, applies, whenever, for example, in 20, 30 years, looking back, we will be talking about Vincent and Prag, what they were doing when in their youth. I mean, they were already performing in an incredible level. And yeah, these are the geniuses, the new geniuses now.
Yeah, well, you were right. It did end in a draw. I'm being told by James Dugan, and Magnus was 15 in 2006. All right. Now, let's also, Peter, we go into the quarterfinal stage of this tournament. Now, if my memory serves correctly, in the last Airthings Masters, Dubov knocked out Magnus in the quarterfinals. So it's not been an easy run for Magnus as well in the preliminaries. He's up against Leko Angliam. Really, anything can happen. And let's take a look at the format going into the knockout stages. Very different from how we remember it from the Champions Chess Tour previously, because this time it's just one mini match. The quarterfinals is just today. The players play against each other 4 games of rapid, 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. And if that ends in a 2-2 tie, if neither player is able to go through in the rapid portion, then we move on to the blitz. The blitz will be 2 games with 5 minutes and a 3-second increment. If that's a tie, well, I know this one has mixed feelings about it. People feel differently about this, but I love it. The spectators love it. It's the Armageddon. So only if the blitz is a tie will we see the Armageddon. And that's the format for today. Now, Peter, of course, it's it's not me who wants to ask you this question. It never is, because I never want to put you on a spot. And it's not the chat for sure who also wants to ask you a question. But we can't help it. There was this tweet that came up, and, it was Jan. So we've got to bring it up. And Jan says, thus, who is Peter Leko rooting for? Peter, over to you.
Yeah, well, Jan is very, very tricky. I mean, okay, clearly I'm rooting for both of them, but there are also different aspects. Yeah, for example, in a sense that for Vincent, it's already a sensational result reaching the knockout phase. I think he talked about in his interviews that he did not expect, that he will make it. Of course, it was his dream, but that it finally comes through. So he's already super happy. On the other hand, Jan is definitely trying to win the event. That's his main target. But I mean, I really wish for Jan to win the next candidates. That's the main target for him at the moment. And in this case, I feel like it's absolutely fine if we say that, okay, let the better player win today. It's also very nice that it's only one day. Yeah, imagine if it would be 2 days. That would be way too much of a torture. I think already Chess24 and the Champions Chess Tour knew exactly that why they changed the rules.
Well, I think why they changed the rules is just to see a lot more fighting chess like we've been seeing, and we'll see how today goes. I just put on this stream. We've got about 2,000 people watching us on YouTube as well as on Chess24 and on Twitch. So a big hello to everyone from Peter and myself. Super excited about the quarterfinals. And I see we've got a poll running. Well, while Peter gives us all these diplomatic answers, we want to know what the chat thinks, who Peter is actually in his heart rooting for. Is it Jan or is it Vincent? And also do like the stream, everyone who's watching. I'm very excited to see what is the action that we bring up in the quarters. Now, the other thing that I want to ask everybody who is tuning in with us is, what do they think about the matchups? Well, which ones do they believe will go into a tiebreak, and which one they think is going to be decided before? So we've got about 7 minutes to lift off, and I think every poll that we're going to run, we're going to probably wait for about 700 people to put in their votes before we run the next one. So Alakine Battery, our epic mod who's in chat, do run a poll asking our chat, our viewers, who they're supporting, who they think will win in the quarterfinals bracket. And yes, one big question that comes to my mind, Peter, because you know Jan so well, do you think we will see a return of the t-shirt, or the way things went yesterday, will there be a switch up in that as well?
Well, definitely it will be a switch up. I mean, I cannot really imagine him playing in the same one. And I felt like, by wishing both players good luck for today, that I was like, not a second, I was like a good friend who was giving them advice, try to have a good sleep, go to the fresh air, recharge your batteries for the knockout stages. So I had lot of very, very nice general advices for both of them. But yeah, chess-wise, we just stayed silent, and okay, I knew that they will prepare and they have to prepare against each other, but that's already their job now.
Absolutely. But Peter, I'm sure that you did speak to Vincent yesterday. Was he excited about his qualification? How is he feeling about his matchup against Jan? It's a really big one for him because he gets to play these 4 mini games against him in this field. He mentioned in his interview yesterday that everyone has an aim to qualify, but he himself did not expect to get this far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, he's super happy. And of course, playing against someone like Jan, who has just played the finals in the World Championship match, was the winner of the last candidates. And I think for a young player, this is an incredible challenge. Yeah, also a very, very nice way of trying to feel, the difference between him and the last former challenger. So really a lot to learn for. Vincent is looking forward to. And I think Jan is trying to show that, yes, Vincent, maybe the future belongs to you, but right now it's my time and I want to show who the boss is. So in this regard, I feel like it will be a big clash between, the belief of the players. I just told Vincent also that he should believe in himself. He should try his very, very best because, of course, what I know from myself, that I always enjoyed playing against someone who I felt like he is the favorite, or he is the better player, because I always felt like I have to perform my absolutely best. And then let's see what it will bring. But when you are kind of the favorite, then you have the pressure and you only think about the result, that somehow you have to win. And now Vincent, all he needs to do is to enjoy the match, and to play his best chess, and then we see what it will bring.
Well, that's exactly what we're expecting on the other boards as well. One more time, let's bring up our quarterfinals bracket and also discuss and talk about openings. What are we expecting the players to change up? Now, Peter, one of the things that we saw from Magnus, which was a little surprise, at least at the beginning of the prelims, was his start with the reti, with the white pieces in many of the games. Is that the approach that you're expecting from Magnus in the knockouts as well?
Well, I mean, reti has been always there for Magnus. Yeah, I mean, he likes to play the reti. It's a very, very flexible opening. It can get into many transposed to many different structures. It's a lot of mind games involved, yeah, that you are trying to ask your opponent, okay, so you are ready to end, you are willing to enter those territories, okay, then I will try to move the other way around. So it suits him perfectly. The big question is, will he stick to his 1 G3 move order, yeah, which he has already played the very first day, twice against Artemiev and against Abdusattorov, I think. Yeah, it was G3, but I somehow feel like, you know, for the knockout stages, maybe Magnus will change. Maybe he will change his approach and be more direct. Also because Leko is a very, very nice type of player. You know, he enjoys playing chess. He enjoys getting his structures. And maybe Magnus wants to somehow challenge him directly in some very, very forced lines. We will see. There are so many different strategies. I'm myself very, very curious how Magnus will approach it.
Interesting. Peter, about the Vladislav Artemiev Dingleren game, I think, according to me, this one has the most chances of going into a tiebreak, into a blitz. And Ding, while he started really strong, we all know the challenge, of course, is also for him dealing with the time zone difference. Today, it's going to be a very long day as well. What do you make of this matchup? What do the two players need to do opening wise? They also, as you mentioned, have a very different style. And in this format, who do you think will manage to pose bigger problems?
Yeah, it's a very big question. I mean, definitely also already the very first game is very important because Dingleren has the white pieces and clearly he's superior in openings to Artemiev. And in this regard, this first game will set the tone of the match. If Dingleren manages to use his white pieces, then things might be going his way. But at the same time, if Artemiev, for example, comfortably makes a draw, he will get a lot of confidence out of this game. So really a lot at stake in the very, very first game. But I do agree that this is the matchup which on the paper definitely has the highest chances of reaching a tiebreak.
The closest fight, Peter, we're going to have liftoff any second. E4, D4 or C4 by Jan. What are you predicting?
E4, definitely E4. I mean, okay,
I
Vincent,
agree with you.
yeah, Vincent has been playing the Caro-Kann lately. I think a player like Jan, who enjoyed playing E4 all his life. I mean, Caro-Kann is something that, okay, finally, no Berlin, no Marshall, whatever. I mean, just give me the Caro-Kann. The big question is also if Vincent feels like, you know, maybe it's not the time to move around something. I have no clue. I'm really curious to see what will happen here.
Wow, and I just noticed in our chat, Peter, for Ding Artemiev, it's 72% to Ding and 27% to Artemiev. I think that's a gross underestimation of Artemiev's gameplay and his ability in this format. I think it's a lot closer than that. And I think it's going to be a big challenge for Ding considering time zones. That one is super tough to call. I was expecting it more to be a lot more closer than what our chat believes, but of course we'll find out. And Peter, we've got Dingleren Artemiev is a kickoff and we've got D4 on the board. Is it going to be another Ragozin?
Well, it's still open, but now, okay, now we will get two cards, but structures. Yeah, knight c6, knight f6, cd5, ed5, bishop g5, c6, e3. So yeah, Vladislav wants to be super solid. I mean, avoiding any kind of big, heavy theoretical clash. Saying I don't mind to be little worse, but hang on. The game that caught my attention is Jan versus Vincent, and it's a, what? Is it going to be a Najdorf? E4, c5, Vincent plays the Najdorf.
Peter, that is so brave of Vincent to decide to take on Jan, who is a Najdorf expert himself in his own territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, simply, however, maybe it's out of respect. Yeah, because Jan is playing so much against the. I mean, he loves to play so much against the Caro-Kann that Vincent might have felt like, you know, anything is better than the very well prepared Jan against the Caro-Kann. So he opts for Najdorf, and Jan repeats this kind of positional line, which is not exactly his style, but we have seen it. He played it against Anish, I think. The move Rook E1. So this is all classical stuff, and this slightly mysterious move Rook E1 was now repeated by Jan. The big question is Vincent ready for it, or he felt like, you know, if he's gonna play Najdorf against Jan, then Jan will definitely play something more sharp, more critical. For the moment, it looks like a rather quiet game.
All right, but we do know Jan's style. It's anything but quiet. So expecting a blow up any moment. Peter, we've got action on the other boards as well. Let's take a look at how Magnus started his game. Well, not directly, but similar structures did appear afterwards, but it started with 1c4 with the English opening.
Yeah, it's the English, and very interesting to see how also Leko Tania reacts. So with e5, so yeah, it was not c4, e5, it was c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight c6, g3, d5, cd, knight d5, bishop g2, bishop c5, castles, queen c2. I mean, this bishop c5 line, I think it's called the Grishchuk variation. I think for the very first time on the highest level, Grishchuk introduced it against Pavel Elyanov. I think it was in Geneva Grand Prix in 2017 in July, if I'm not mistaken, because I heard the press conference afterwards, and Grishchuk went on to win such a model game from the black side that I think everybody who was interested in the chess theory was thinking like, wow, a completely new concept, and by now it's one of the main reactions.
Wow. So there's still so much theory being developed. Peter, let's point out that the move Queen C2 had a threat of taking on D5 and the knight would jump to G5. So that's the reason that Black decided to retreat with the knight. Knight D5, Queen D5, Knight G5 would threaten mate, would threaten the queen on D5. The bishop on C5 is hanging, something or the other would be lost. And that's why the move Knight F6, and White plays A3, taking in control the B4 square. Also, perhaps eyeing that move Bishop C5, made popular by Grishchuk. It does invite this idea of A3, B4.
Yes, definitely. And there was a very recent game, Hikaru Nakamura against Andrey Esipenko in the Berlin Grand Prix. I think it exactly featured this move order. By the way, I mean, it's very, very interesting that Jan is not famous, you know, for being like the biggest specialist in opening theories. I mean, he's very specific. He's sometimes very well prepared, but in general, people think like he's the 1e4 player. But let me tell you that I think that the move Queen C2 was introduced by Team Nepo, and he played it against Anish Giri, this move Queen C2. And now Magnus is using Queen C2, and also Hikaru was using this move already. So this is some invention of Team Nepo.
Oh, wow. You mean for the candidates?
Well, I don't know exactly for what. I think I'm not revealing big secret if I can tell you that it was definitely not my move. Yeah, it was already part of the team's work, but this is already Nepo's territory as well from the white side with Queen C2.
All right, super interesting stuff. Lots of theoretical discussion. So Black has fallen back with the bishop to B6, just a prophylactic move against B4. And this also implies that now B4, you can also aim to meet it with Knight D4 or A5, B5, Knight D4. Peter, let's also take a look at some of the other action that's on the Ding-Liren Artemiev matchup. Still in pretty much theoretical discussion so far. F3 played, and the idea of this move is E4. Maybe we take it from the top.
Yes, because this is a very, very important strategical game. Knight C6, Knight F6, CDD, Bishop G5, C6. Yeah, this is all standard. This H6 move order, this is something like a relatively new direction from Black side. Usually Black was refraining from playing H6 or including it so early. But by now this is standard. Knight E2. Usually it's also considered that if White has the chance, if he's flexible yet with the knight on G1, then in these structures, Knight G2 is more flexible because he will have this F3 E4 play, which White is trying to get. Rook E8 castles, A5, Rook C1, Knight B7, F3. Now White is already threatening to go e3, and one of the modern ways to fight against this, and the reason why this whole line became again very fashionable and many people are playing it, because black has this move b7, b5. This is kind of a computer move, a little bit computer chess, because it looks like, wow, what is this? White has just placed his rook on c1. There is a weakness on c6. You are not supposed to be playing b5. However, the justification of this move is that white has already committed the move f2, f3. So white has also loosened his structure, which means that this game will be not really a maneuvering game. White wants to immediately crash through the center. And with this b7, b5, black wants to make sure that against e3, e4, I have b5, b4, kicking away the knight and putting pressure on the e4 pawn. This is also the reason why Ding immediately plays bishop f2. He stabilizes his position. Well, it's a big strategical fight.
Absolutely. I think the main idea in this position for white, sooner or later, after all the preparation, he needs to strike with e4. And whenever that happens, that's when the position blows up. That's what white is aiming for a successful strike. Meanwhile, black building pressure on the queen side, b4. Now the knight from b6 also aims at jumping into c4, attacking the b2 pawn. So it's definitely going to be a lot of back and forth in this one. Another very complex start in the Andrey Esipenko versus Eric Hansen. For both these players, it's their first time in the quarterfinals. Definitely both are very ambitious to go through to the next stage. And from the looks of it, we have an opening that's going to be a very fun one. So queen e2 is the last move, Peter, aiming at picking up the c4 pawn.
Yes, well, it's very interesting. First of all, it's very interesting for the fact that, yeah, this was the opening that brought quite a lot of success to Eric Hansen in the preliminaries. However, by now it's not a surprise anymore. Yeah, he has already played it against Andrey in the preliminaries as well. Now he refrains from his setup with queen c7 because in those games queen c7 was featured. But now Eric deviates with knight d7. However, it seems to me like Esipenko has probably expected this whole complex, and he kind of maybe not expected, but kind of also looked at knight d7. He immediately goes for d4, d5. It used to be my favorite move. I think I was one of the first on the highest level to introduce this move, d4, d5, knight b6.
Then Peter, maybe you can also just tell us briefly what is the concept behind this move d5, which blocks the center?
Yeah, well, actually, the reason how I came up back then to the move d4, d5, that I was simply lazy. And there was too much theory after knight b2, e takes d4, c takes d4. Things got out of control. Black, I think, was playing something like knight c6. White was playing d5, knight e5, and some very complex lines. You know, you could analyze with computers for days, and it was not possible to find a definite conclusion to it. And afterwards, you know, when you study all these lines a lot and they are too complicated, then the question appeared that, okay, but after knight d7, what happens if I just close the position with d4, d5? And after analyzing it a little bit, like, of course, knight b6 is the most natural move. White plays the move knight bd2. And the main question, you know, that I had to answer back then was, what happens if black plays f7, f5, which is a very logical way of trying to make good use of his knight on b6, that he gets f5 in. However, this f5 never really works so well for black. White keeps some pressure. And by checking this, understanding this, that there is nothing to worry about f5, then I simply like this position from white side.
And if we just play on and see where we are right now, he managed to get in a c4 move as well. The knight falls back, taking advantage of that c4. Black picked up the pawn, and now queen e2. Very often in these kind of positions, in these structures, Peter, I feel the biggest problem for black is that knight on b7. It's so hard for him to find play and to find a good square for the knight.
Exactly, yeah. This is the real trouble. For example, knight takes c4. This is now the current position. Queen takes c4, queen b6. And the big question is, where does this knight go to? Yeah, because it hinders black's play on the b file. Yeah, the typical banker gambit, rook f8. Of course, then black has a bishop on g7, and the pawn is not on e5 blocking the diagonal, but on e7. However, basically black will be forced to play something like knight d8, g6, f6, knight f7, because only on f7 the knight will finally find a relatively nice situation, and then later black will try to get f6, f5 break in. That's a very typical Chigorin idea in this opening. However, there is some new dynamic with this semi-opened up queenside. Black will also have to watch out for some timely b2, b4, yeah? So for example, white can try to play rook b1, bishop d2, trying to go for b4, or bishop to e3, put the knight on d2, remove the queen, bring that knight to c4. Yeah, those are the typical ideas in the position.
Wow, so it could very well start being a position where both sides are playing on opposite sides. Black trying to get in that f5 break, reroute the knight. Meanwhile, white trying to create play on the queen side. Peter, we will come back to this game. Let's continue touring all our games that are on right now. And I want to go back to the Magnus Liam position. It looks like black has gotten the development and everything feels quite harmonious. Queen d7, connecting the rooks, eyeing the move bishop f5 or bishop h3, trading off that bishop. To me, at first sight, it looks like Leko Liam has solved all opening problems.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the point is that basically with this opening, white meant that I don't really play for an advantage. Yeah, I just want to get a playable position. So in this regard, yeah, maybe black has solved its problems, but I don't think that Magnus is really worried about this. It's kind of maybe both sides are happy. Yeah, Magnus got a playable position. Leko Liam feels like I got a normal position against Magnus, so there is no reason to complain with black. The position is a little bit strange, yeah, that there is a bishop on b6, which Magnus is trying to block very nicely with the pawn on e3. Yeah, it's a very effective pawn chain, this d2, e3, f2, pawns against the bishop on b6, but at the same time with bishop g4, queen d7, black is also occupying the light squares. Yeah, so for example, a move like bishop f5 back is right now a very unpleasant threat from black, because then immediately black will use the weakness on d3 and Magnus will have to do something about it. And besides, black also has the other option that if you play something like d3 first, then maybe black will go bishop h3 and try to change the nice bishop on g2. However, maybe in this structure, actually Magnus doesn't mind that, because his strategy is to play against the bishop on b6.
Very interesting. Well, to play against the bishop on b6, he has kept this e3, f2 pawns. But one still gets the feeling that, yes, it's interesting what you say about this opening, that white is never very ambitious from the very start. You just want a game, that's what he's got. I still think Liam is pretty pleased with the outcome. The fact that against the world champion, it's the first game of the day. You start off with a comfortable position with black. I think that's good news. And Peter, you were mentioning playing against the bishop. Magnus chooses to make the move knight a4, hitting it immediately, also threatening the move knight c5.
Yeah, and putting pressure on the e5 pawn. My very first question, of course, is that what happens after the move that I mentioned, bishop f5? How does Magnus wants to react to this move? I think this is the big question. Yeah, that if here white has a nice move, then I perfectly understand Magnus's strategy, because knight a4 hitting the bishop, eyeing the e5 pawn, and eventually also getting ready for knight c5. But how do we react to bishop f5?
Bishop f5, he can interpose knight takes b6 before moving the bishop, because the black queen is also hanging.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm happy if things clarify. If you have to take, then I take cb6, and I might have rook a8 quickly also getting counterplay on the c file. I mean, intuitively, I feel like white does not want to trade immediately. It's better to keep this threat alive than to hurry using it. But I don't know. Maybe the trick is some queens, and Leko Liam goes rook f8. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised, because I really felt like this bishop f5 is the move that would bother me from the white side.
All right, but rook f8 still keeps the threat of bishop f5 alive, defends the e5 pawn. So maybe he has that in mind for the future. We'll see how black continues this position and how Magnus tries to create something here. Peter, let's go back to the Eric Hansen game. Lots of developments there. I see black has managed to start piling up sources on the queen side, attacking the b2 pawn. White defends with rook b1. What is your evaluation with the current position we've got? I hate the knight on b7, and that's just my bias against this position. Do you think that, you mentioned that black's often the idea is to go f5, g6, f5, but the move rook b8 seems to indicate that Eric has other plans.
Yeah, simply that he feels that he doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have enough time to really hope for a counterplay on the king side. And in this regard, he probably wants to somehow block the queen side as much as he can with a5. The only problem is that after a move like a5, white probably will play bishop a4, trading off the light square bishops, and then black might be stuck with a terrible bishop on e7 and the horrible knight on b7, while white's play will be, for example, bishop a4, queen a4, would even open up, free up the c4 square. White would go on with bishop c3, knight d2, knight c4, and he might be just strategically winning. So black is really in some kind of a very ugly spot here. I feel like Esipenko's strategy worked out perfectly. He got a dream position.
I'm looking at our rival bar. The other person who it seems to indicate has a dream position is Nepomniachtchi. Peter, can we go to the Jan Vincent game? Because I'm looking at the position. Materially, it's fine, but I think it's also the strategical problems in this one as well. Very often in the Najdorf, the fight is for the d5 square, the d5 outpost. And I think so far it looks like white has full control of the d5 square. Very difficult for black to break through with d5. The two bishops on the board, the b7 weakness, which has been clamped down by the pawn on a5, rook on a4, eyeing the move rook b4 at any point. Yes, material balance, but positionally, Jan Nepomniachtchi is far better here.
Yeah, it's basically a strategically winning position. The black has done everything wrong what you could possibly do wrong in this position. I mean, if we just go back, I think that it's based on some miscalculation. Yeah, because usually, of course, you understand that you should not play like this. Yeah, queen d2, queen c7, a4. Okay, white, first of all, reached his pawn to a5. That's already some kind of an achievement. But what happens next? How did we lose the light square bishop? Yeah, because this is the soul of black's position. You just cannot trade this bishop for this knight. It's just impossible. So look, ed1, slowly building up, and knight d7, probably misjudging that knight d5 is possible. I mean, but you just can't allow this to happen. I mean, knight d5 takes, unless you are winning something immediately. Knight f6, queen b3. The pawn, probably Vincent missed queen b3, thinking that knight d5 is not possible because knight f6, and if the queen retreats, then pawn on c2 is hanging. But this small detail, queen b3, puts an end to queen c6 happened, c3, and the big question was that the pawn on e4 is hanging or not. But after knight e4, I'm assuming that rook a4 is coming, using the pin, and then Vincent didn't like this. But yeah, this just deteriorated to hopelessly lost position strategically. So c3, rook e8.
And of course, Jan knows all these subtleties in these positions of Najdorf. He's such an expert in it himself, has a lot more experience than Vincent in these positions. So queen d5, queen b3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn. And the position that we have in front of us, rook c7, trying to control b7, as well as get out of the pin. Jan plays rook b4, and now rook b6 could be a threat if the knight moves. And that makes me think that maybe bishop b6 has to be something that Vincent has to watch out for. Right now, not possible because there's also pressure on the e4 pawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, this is just hopelessly lost. I mean, this is the kind of total no-go position from black side in the Najdorf. I mean, the point is that, yeah, Vincent doesn't have enough experience. Lately has been playing the Caro-Kann. So he tried to use it probably as a surprise, but it heavily backfired. Jan is way too comfortable, and Vincent needs a miracle to somehow create any counterplay, but I even don't see any counterplay. White is just coming, yeah, bishop g5, okay, trying to trade off this powerful bishop on e3. That would be kind of some relief, but I assume that it will not work tactically.
But I was watching Jan's expression when bishop g5 on the board. It almost looked like it made him slow down a little bit. And he also feels like, yes, that's a fighting move, which could potentially relieve some pressure. But we look at the clock situation. Jan still got 15 minutes, while Vincent down to a little less than 4 minutes. He's taken on c5. Black has to capture queen c5 here. But queen c5, you've got queen c5, rook b7, rook a5.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem, that this type of positions are just so bad. The only problem for white is that every single choice is very, very nice. You can trade the queens and then you get a dream ending. You can also try maybe to keep the queens. I mean, many options. Okay, at least I think Vincent can be happy that the situation more or less clarified. Yeah, it's not like it's terribly lost forever. It's now more concrete. If it really gets bad, it's very bad. But if it's kind of doable, if it's just bad, he might be able to put up a really good defense, and then he might even escape. So, okay, it's definitely not the most exciting position. So I think we can move on to maybe Magnus, because there is some development there.
Absolutely. Let's move on to that. This one, we are calling it as a clearly better position for Jan. The big question is, will Vincent manage to create some threats and counterplay and hold it? But right now, it looks like Nepomniachtchi has the upper hand. This position, on the other hand, has gone completely different from what we were thinking, Peter. Do you want to take it from where we left it last? Because no bishop f5 happened.
Yes, no bishop f5. And I somehow feel that with rook e8, maybe Liam has missed this d4 idea that actually white can try to strike immediately in the center, because I'm not such a big fan if you have to give up this light square bishop. But okay, the problem was that the move d4 was a very, very subtle move order, that white is not grabbing on b6 first. He keeps all the options open. After d4, if black takes on d4, then Magnus would jump on taking on b6, and after cb6 he would take knight d4 with clear advantage, solving all the structural problems. And so if black plays the move e5 e4, then white jumps knight e5. That's also a move that hurts black big time. So bishop f3 was kind of forced. Takes, rook fd1, and of course it's a very nice judgment by Magnus, feeling that, I mean, it looks like black is having things under control on d4, but white is starting to take on b6 and take on d4. So Liam uses his chance with knight e5 to create complications, hitting the bishop. White took on b7, and black played the move d3. Magnus opted for this bishop takes e5, d takes c2, and rook takes d7 on the board now. Knight d7.
He has to take knight d7. And 1 second, I mean, it's so... yeah, takes the exchange back. Rook a8 will be taken, and then you go rook c1. But bishop on e5 is under attack right now, so you don't have time to pick up the c2 pawn immediately after rook 8. He's thinking whether he wants to go knight e5 or rook a8. Yeah,
now it's a question of very precise calculation. After knight takes e5, white seems to have bishop e4, which is a very, very...
didn't like, because now c2 pawn can't be saved. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, this is a very, very nicely timed move. Actually, if white would not have bishop e4, white would be losing, because then black would threaten the bishop and also knight d3. So very, very important, only but very strong move. So this brings us to the question, what happens if black captures the bishop on a8?
Because you still can't go rook c1, as you were pointing out. The bishop on e5 is hanging. Do you just simply come back with your bishop to c3, perhaps?
Yes, that's kind of the most natural move. The big question is, black is trying to get something on d1. Yeah, so the move like rook d8 is very, very principled. With the idea that after rook c1, I'm gonna jump knight c5, and hoping
no time to take knight c5, because there's rook d1, so white has to take the c2 pawn.
Yes, you have to take, and then I might take on b3, but it might be a very bad ending, because takes rook b2, you end up winning material.
We have something very similar on the board, so let's just go to our live position. Instead of bishop c3, Magnus came all the way back to b2, so more control on the c1 square, which makes at least threats like rook d8, rook d1 less dangerous, because the rook will be defended on c1. The move knight c5 played immediately, hitting that pawn on b3. But doesn't this allow knight takes c5, bishop c5, rook c1? And then he wants to go rook b8. I think that's the idea.
Yes, that's the idea. I mean, it's very much in the spirit. Okay, it looks like white is winning a pawn and should be very happy. But there are real drawing chances. Bishop d6. Now the pawn on b3 is hanging, and rook c3 is met by bishop e5. So it's not trivial.
Oh, then maybe it's impossible to defend the b3 pawn because of this rook c3, bishop e5 idea.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so it's a very interesting idea, and Magnus goes rook c1 immediately. Yeah, he has to do this. And basically
Black has to capture on b3, no?
Yeah, but then the problem is that the knight is kind of trapped. Yeah, how nice that white still did not capture on b6. Yeah.
It might be a very difficult position for Liam then, because you might just end up down a pawn in such situations. Rook c1, the threat is clear. Rook c2. If you don't take the knight, if you don't take the pawn on b3, I'm failing to come up with an alternative. There's knight takes a4, b takes a4, but Peter, that just doesn't help, because regardless whether you trade the knight or you take the pawn, white is going to win the c2 pawn eventually.
Yes, and you still have the weaknesses on a5 and c7. Yeah, Liam goes for knight takes b3, rook takes c2, f6. f6, of course, a very, very nice move. First of all, creating luft for the king, getting ready to bring the king closer. Also shutting down the bishop on b2 on the long diagonal. Yeah, this is a very, very good move. And Magnus comes also with the king f1. The only problem for Liam is that white's play of bringing his king is much more effective, because black has this vulnerable knight on b3. Imagine just some king e2, king d3, king c4 walk, and the knight on b3 is trapped.
Yeah. And I don't see a way for black to actually, I mean, he's got to place that rook on d8 to make sure white's king doesn't get to c4 very easily.
Yeah,
he decides to go rook b8.
Yeah, that was one of the key issues. But yeah, he opts for rook b8, and he wants to play knight c5. Yeah, he's now created this little Cipolito. Yeah, that after king e2, he has knight c5, and after knight takes c5, bishop c5, he's willing to sacrifice the pawn after rook c5, rook b2, check, king f3. He will lose the a5 pawn, but actually that's
a4. You can go a4, and you can win the a3 pawn. Rook c7, you go rook b3. So you go rook c4.
Yeah, I go rook c4. I anyway gonna collect this a4 pawn, but still, this is already some kind of achievement for black, because this rook endgame has the tendency of finally reaching 4 versus 3 on the king side. Definitely a very good chance to escape.
All right. So Peter, objectively, what is your evaluation on the current position? We have rook b8. If white doesn't fall for this trick of king e2, allowing knight c5, before we move on to the next position, how would we evaluate this game so far?
Well, Magnus is clearly better. The big question is that maybe falling into this Cipolito, these tactics, is the right way to go, and then torture this pawn up position. It's definitely no fun, and there are no guarantees that black will get a draw. Just that we were so worried that the knight on b3 might be lost. So compared to that, any kind of rook endgame where black has chances to survive, it's already good news for black. But maybe Magnus will find the way, but you already threatening knight c5 anyway. I don't see a way to stop it. So maybe you have to simply enter it and torture this endgame.
So very likely we might be seeing a 4 versus 3 rook pawn ending in that one. And there we have, well, that's a bit of an empty screen we have in front of us, as the other 8 players are of course not here, but these are our quarterfinalists. A big day for them. It's really judgment day, make or break day into the semifinals. No second chances in this Meltwater Champions chess tour. So complete focus by these players. Ding Liren and Eric Hansen, that's not them currently. That's definitely a photograph. And I see Jan Nepomniachtchi. He doesn't look very happy with what he has. We don't usually see him in this pose. He's normally quite chilled and relaxed and just blitzing out his moves. Has something gone wrong in his position?
Wow. I mean, he allowed this. I mean, he did everything wonderfully. Yeah, he was just systematically improving the position. This is also very typical. Bishop is coming to d1. If this bishop ever reaches to d5, then it's like a strategically winning position. So it's very interesting to see what went wrong. G3, bishop e7, rook b6, and he allowed d6, d5. I'm pretty sure that from the black side, usually are so happy if you get a chance to sacrifice this pawn and get some breathing space, also forcing the trade of queens. I mean, bishop c5, forcing the rook back to b3 when this rook on b3 is kind of trap piece. White might be forced to go c3, c4 in order to open up this rook, but then black will even have more control of the black squares. f7, f5. Vincent is back in the game. He's coming with king f6, e4, king e5, creating real counterplay.
That is quite a turnaround. Vincent is such a fighter, Peter. We've seen him in even positions which, you know, he can bail out in, or it can just fizzle down, but he always chooses these resourceful ways of playing, and in an opening which got him into a lot of trouble. Like you said, he's bounced back. C4. Our eval bar actually says that black is doing absolutely fine now. The only thing that Vincent has to be careful about is that 2.5 minute situation on his clock, and G4 on the board. So Jan trying to create play on both sides, destroy black's pawn structure here. How does black react to a move like this? Do you trade once and go F4?
Well, I feel that you want to go E4. Yeah, the big question is, yeah, do you include AG, or do you close it with H4? Yeah, that's a question. I mean, I felt like Vincent might be tempted to close down the king side with H4, because then White's rook from B3 will not be able to join the battle. However, I was not really sure if, for example, AG, you really had to worry if you anyway go E4 already. You are getting way too active. It was also possible, but Vincent's move H4 is quite understandable. Now GF is on the board. He wants to go E4, and White's rook is still logged out of the game.
Listening to you break down this position, Peter, I almost like black's position just slightly more, simply because black's king is so much more active than white's king. This plan that you're pointing out of putting the pawn on E4, it's an opposite color bishop ending, so that makes a lot of sense to kind of place your pawns in the colors of your opponent's bishop to block its activity. You have to make sure they don't come under fire and can't get attacked. With this E4 king E5 idea, I don't really see how white is going to activate his own pieces. The bishop on c5 stops rook from coming into b6. The pawn on h4 stops rook g3, rook g6 activities. Black can actually go rook g7 at some point. Is he trying to get d6 in? But that would mean you might end up losing that pawn.
Yeah, however, at this point, okay, if Vincent would have 10 minutes on the clock, I'm pretty sure that Jan would be looking for a way to just end this game with a draw.
Maybe he already is.
Yes, probably, but still, I mean, you see now Vincent needs to think about what are the consequences of d5, d6. For example, after the move e4, white will play d6, and after rook d7, white will play rook d5. That's the trick. And okay, even the trick is like this. You can capture with the rook on d6, and it probably will end up in a drawish rook endgame. But bishop takes d6 loses to c5. And the big question is that, do you go for this, or do you maybe try to play something like bishop d6 or bishop d4? No, Vincent goes for e4.
Vincent goes for e4, and we might see d6 now. If this trades into a rook pawn ending, then that gets closer to a draw. But Peter, it's still not clear, right? After even d6, this line you're saying d6, rook d7, rook d5, takes on d6, and this opposite color bishop because of white's pawn on a5 and black's king coming in, king e5, king d4. If white trades the rooks, is it really that simple to draw that position?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Without the rooks, of course. Yeah, what I was talking about was rook takes c5, but yeah, I noticed that actually after check, for example, king e2, rook b1 is very strong.
You lose the b2 pawn, and rook h1 would win the h3 pawn. This would be a tough rook pawn ending to hold, no?
Exactly. This might be even just lost, yeah, because black is also more active. In this case, then really Jan will have to take on d6, and okay, no, of course it's a draw. Without the rooks on the board, it should be draw. But definitely Jan is very, very unhappy, because look at this position, what he had, this gorgeous position, just play something on d5, yeah, and after bishop e7, just maybe a move like rook d5 or bishop b3. I don't really understand why Jan refrained from any of these moves, because it seems like strategically white is kind of winning after that. But allowing this d5 contra strike basically changed everything.
Well, you know what they say, Peter, don't hate the player, hate the t-shirt. I think that t-shirt needs to go.
Well, after this game, yeah, maybe for the second game, we will see a complete change in Jan's outfit. But I also saw now that Lek Wangliam had a bishop on b8. How did that happen? So Magnus, of course, doing Magnus things. He's not allowing this rook endgame. No, never. He says, you know what? You have really uncoordinated pieces. And yeah, rook b2, bishop a7, king e2, and now there is this pin along the b file. The king is coming closer. King d5, e4 check, very, very important, because white wants to get to the c4 square with his king. That's why he's heading. King c6, king c4. Knight is forced to c1. Wow, I mean, I have never seen something like this, that black has a closed bishop on b8 with the pawn on c7 and the kind of trapped knight on c1.
Also, these are opposite squares. That bishop on b8, that's the square the knight belongs to at the start of the game. And where black's knight is right now on c1 is where we have the bishop at the start of the game. So it's a switch and not a happy switch.
Yeah, no, not at all. And okay, this is now just technically completely winning for Magnus. Yeah, king d3.
You've got to go knight. I mean, he's thinking knight g1 because knight d4 maybe runs into bishop e3 and you just end up pinning and winning that knight.
Yeah, but after knight g1, I think bishop e3 is very, very nice, forcing the trade of the bishops. And after bishop e3, king e3, the knight is forever trapped. After knight h3, white plays f4 and goodbye knight, yeah?
But at least you won't lose it immediately, right? You still have g5.
But you lose the game. That's
Yeah, you lose the game.
problem.
That's the difference. That is true. That is true. But king d3, I don't really see another square except knight g1 or knight d4, and both seem to be quite bad because of the move bishop e3. So Magnus on his way to win the first rapid game. Peter, let's take a look at the Dingliren Artemiev game. Oh my God, take a look at those pawns down the board. That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, I think this is not the game that we'll be focusing on. First of all, it's incredibly complex. And secondly, Artemiev is down to a minute on the clock and Ding has also less than 2 minutes. So a super complicated position. I think that if the players would have this position in a classical game, each of their decision would be taken after like 20 minutes of thoughts. But now they have to rely on intuition. But how do you, yeah, knight f4, of course, you have to go knight f4. White is planning to push e4, e5, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. So black releases the tension with d4. But that's something that white is at least happy about. d4.
So knight takes e4, and after knight e4, do you keep the center going with the f takes e4 recapture, or do you recapture with the rook?
Well, actually, I'm really surprised by white's choice of taking with the knight. I would definitely have considered, you know, that I probably need to take with the pawn. But probably after fe4, some knight g4 issue disturbed Ding. I don't know exactly, but he took knight e4, and after knight takes e4, fe4, now the word order is correct. But I was somehow not sure that black needed to take on e4.
Can black actually start creating some threats with move like queen g5, hitting the knight?
Okay, yes, you can. But I feel like I only need to stabilize my position from the white side, and I will be having a wonderful position. Yeah, queen g5 on the board. Maybe it's easier said than done. Yeah, queen g5, a good move. I mean, knight d5 would be very, very natural.
Knight
yeah?
d5, yeah.
Yeah, but first of all, I was not sure if I want to let this exchange sacrifice happen. Rook e4, rook
This is so
e4.
tempting.
Yeah, queen d5, but I have queen e1. And I'm threatening with rook e8 check. If I can trade the rooks, then maybe I'm better. Definitely super sharp stuff. Artemiev down to 30 seconds and Ding is down to a minute. This is gonna be dramatic.
And the position is very complex, not simplified at all. And look at the pawn structure. It's equal, but white has got these central pawns. Black has got this advanced c4 pawn. Needs to be careful because that can become a weakness as well. Currently, the knight on f4 is attacked. Knight d5 is the move that we're looking at, the natural looking move, moving the knight away. Peter, it also invites black to go rook b8 at some point, hitting that queen on b1, because you've got to find a good square. You've got to go to d1 then.
Yes, actually, Ding refrained from jumping too far away with knight d5. He played the stabilizing move g3. Actually, I like it. It feels more secure, and especially time trouble approaching. I mean, you feel like, you know, let me somehow stabilize. Yeah, if white gets the coordination, but Artemiev doesn't want to let this happen. Knight jumps to f6, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. If white protects with rook c to e2, then probably black jumps on g4 square, h4. Queen g4, making the king side vulnerable.
This is quite a weakening move. No, h4 is so committal when you're playing on seconds. To make a move like h4 can be extremely dangerous, but Dingliren wants the initiative in his hands. h4 attacking the queen, e5 attacking the knight, and at least some pressure has eased off. But Peter, my feeling is that this has got to benefit black. This h4 g3 cannot be good in long term for white.
Yes, well, but he got the momentum. I feel like maybe there was something. I mean, the engine bar was also shaky. Yeah, there was a moment
Maybe bishop b4 now, queen b5 played.
I mean, here after e5, there was a moment that the engine bar was saying that it's a shaky moment, and he did not like the move knight h5. So maybe here black had another move, but it's a blitz situation. Artemiev is down to few seconds on the clock after queen b5. He plays queen f3 with 6 seconds remaining. Queen f3. Okay, yeah, rook takes c4. White collects the pawn, and white seems to be on the right track to getting the advantage. Rook b8 can be answered by queen c6, offering the trade of queens. Queen d3, trying to use the pin. But rook c5 is possible. Rook c5 is possible.
Rook c5, he's not going to trade queens though. He's going to go queen d2, trying to put pressure on the a2 pawn, as well as keeping the game going with just threatening white's pieces.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, rook c5
Rook
on the
c5.
board. Queen d2, we are kind of almost sure that... No, he takes.
He trades. Wow, this means it's going to be a long defense for black.
Yeah, long
And you
defense.
can't take rook a5 because of bishop b4. So that's a good news.
Yeah, that's what Artemiev is basing his hopes on, and he wants to go bishop b4 anyway and take the a2 pawn. But rook e3, this is an incredibly strong move, which you can easily miss, because rook takes a2, rook a5 works in white's favor. Of course, you are not losing the piece yet because you have check and bishop b2, but that bishop will be terrible. There, wow, rook e3 was very nice.
And I'm very surprised with the decision to actually trade queens in that moment. But maybe there was some tactical repetition to keeping the queens on the board. Bishop b4, supporting the a5 pawn. White does have the possibility to go a3 and hit the bishop. And now he's got to go bishop d2 because bishop c3 runs into rook c5.
Yeah, but this now almost, yeah, rook f3, wonderful coordination. Suddenly this bishop on f2 creates incredible cement to white's position, because the weakness on d4 is very nicely covered. The king is totally safe. The bishop protects, the king is not cut on the first rank. The bishop is multi-purpose, and white is also getting the chance of going rook b7 and hitting on f7 and going after this weakness and hunt black's king. Yeah, rook b7 on the board. It's basically game over.
All right, wow. So, and 6 seconds to Artemiev. He needs to make a move, and he needs to make it now. The clock is not his biggest problem. He goes rook d8. White can snap up the f7 pawn, but black is hoping to take on d4. Peter, do you go rook f7 and give up the d4 pawn in this position?
Well, I need to calculate, yeah, because the point is, I mentioned that this bishop on f2 is the soul of white's position. If, for example, I just blindly take and after bishop d4 try to create something, black will have the chance of taking and invading with the other rook to d1. Yeah, so I might have the temptation not to let this happen. And how I can do it? It's by playing rook f3 to f4.
Or
rook c7. That's
rook c7. Yes.
That's super clever, of course. Yeah, you just spin. You make sure that these things are no threats anymore.
And now he can also go for rook f7.
Now he can. He takes with this rook. Because it's checkmate. Yeah, that's it. So bishop d4 loses to bishop d4, rook d4 checkmate after rook f8.
Wow, rook f8, rook f7. Amazing stuff. That's nice, precise calculation. Rook c7, move the bishop away, and then go for rook f7. And this is pretty much game over for Artemiev.
Yeah, rook c2, and now white pushes e6. Yeah, there is no way of stopping this pawn. Yeah, e6 on the board, and it's over.
All right, Peter, because we can pretty much call this a ding liren win for game one. Let's get an update on the Magnus has already won his game against Leko. So let's move on to Andrey Esipenko against Eric Hansen. That one, not so clear. White does have an extra pawn though, so maybe it is clear.
No, it's equal.
No, he doesn't. It's equal.
It's equal. I mean, white has the advantage, but black has a kind of fortress type of position. I mean, I feel like it almost, this is the best position Eric ever had in this game. It looks like white will not be able to. What is the time situation? Okay, more or less equal. How do you break this position? This is some kind of a fortress. The only break is with e4, e5, but this is undercover. Very well covered. White needs to put pressure on the f6 pawn, but rook f1, yeah, it's on the board. Black plays bishop d8.
Black doesn't want to go rook f8 because then that would give white the b file. Then you go rook b1 and then you start invading. So black needs to defend with the bishop.
Exactly, yeah, very, very important. Now bishop c2, just maneuvering. I mean, I feel like, you know, in a blitz game, this is a dead draw. I mean, you are trying, but you know exactly that your chances of forcing black's rook away from the b file is the only chance for you, because the h file you cannot invade. The f6 pawn is very well covered, and it seems like black will just play rook b8, rook b7, and after rook trade, any rook trade, the position is draw. He goes rook a7, knowing that he can still come back. Knowing that he can still come back to b7. The question is that can white somewhere sacrifice the pawn, a positional sacrifice like e5, and yes, it's a pawn. There is no direct way of using something, but then you can, for example, here e5, fe5, bishop takes g6, king g6, rook f8 is some kind of a pin, but you can always go king g7 and kick the rook away. I had some rook e8, rook e6 ideas, but yeah, it was too much. But if you don't dare to sacrifice something with e4, e5, then it's just gonna be a draw.
And a draw suits Eric just fine, right? I mean, he's the underdog in this match. He starts the quarterfinals with the black pieces, settles in, and not too much trouble holding this game. Yes, it was a passive position for black, but he managed to still keep it together.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he holds this game, we'll give him a lot of confidence. I mean, it's a real confidence booster holding such a terrible position, and you also feel like you got out prepared. Yeah, he was under pressure right from the very beginning. Yeah, Andrey goes king e3. Basically, I feel like he's probably thinking about playing e4, e5, but it's just so difficult to, with few seconds on dock, to decide, because if it works, you are a genius. If it doesn't work, you look completely idiotic. So, and I don't think that he will ever have the time to be able to really calculate it.
But that's definitely what he's eyeing. He's trying to maneuver the pieces right now, trying to gain some time on the clock. E5 is the only break that you're pointing out. Eric just making sure that white's rook never lands on the b file. That's the only thing that he needs to take care of.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And okay, now this is a very interesting position, because Eric cannot wait with rook a7, then rook b1 comes. And if he plays the move rook b8, then again, there are these ideas with e4, e5. Will we maybe see Eric play the move bishop c7? There was a moment when he was relying on this defense with bishop c7, and only after rook f1 he moved back with bishop to d8.
And that's the other way he's been waiting, right? Because as you mentioned, rook b8 might allow white to go. Let's just show that line really quickly, at least with arrows, Peter, that if rook b8, e5 is what you're mentioning. And if black takes f takes e5, bishop g6, king g6, rook h8, and this with the idea rook e8, rook e6, for example, king f7 here, could create pressure. And after bishop c7, white still keeps things out of control, but king c2, bishop d2 can start to get a bit annoying.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's speculative, because we sacrifice it's draw. Yeah, I perfectly understand, because for us it's very easy to speculate, but Andrey says, okay, come on, you guys sacrifice my opponent, I'm gonna lose. Who will, you know, how can I explain these things that only because of you guys I sacrifice something? Draw is the professional result. Great save by Eric. Andrey tried everything, but finally he didn't manage to crack Eric's defense.
That just shows what a tough opponent Eric is turning out to be in this. And with the black pieces holding Andrey Esipenko, let's get an update on our results of game 1 of this 4-game mini match between our quarterfinalists. We've had 2 decisive games, which has left Leko Tania and Artemiev Vladislav playing catch up to Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren. Esipenko versus Eric ended in a draw, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vincent Kamer. It looked like a Jan show. He had over 12 minutes on the clock. Well, he had about 15, and Vincent had about 3 minutes, so a 12-minute advantage, plus a dominating position out of the knight off. But it looks like Jan, sometimes his biggest strength of playing so fast, just once again turned out to be the problem in this game when he missed out his chance and Vincent grabbed it. I think it all started with that move bishop to g5, which started the trades, and eventually Vincent got out of it. and it ended in a draw. I think the Magnus game was quite a fantastic technical game by Magnus. He got a better position out of the opening and never gave up on the advantage. Played against Leko Liam's knight and his bishop. Quite a flawlessly converted game by Magnus. Peter, your take on these 4 games that we've just witnessed?
Yeah, I mean, Andrey and Jan both had very, very good chances. I mean, they got the maximum. I feel like, of course, Jan's advantage was even more overwhelming. I think if we ask Jan about this position, he will tell you that there is no way I'm not going to win this against anyone in the world because the position is so nice. The light squares and everything, but somehow he got careless. He just felt like he only needs to make moves and the win will come automatically. There was this very first moment that you mentioned that after bishop g5, you felt like Jan was not that happy, as if he had missed or underestimated the move. In any case, there was no reason to be angry because anyway, this bishop takes e5, queen c5 is again a very, very nice advantage. But at the same time, I think Vincent was very happy that now he has a clear structure, he knows what to do. And after queen a2, immediately searching for counterplay against the f2 pawn, white played rook d2, black immediately played g6. Now Vincent knows that king g7, h5 moves will be very, very useful. He got them in. And the big question was now also, black is probably trying some f7, f5 counterplay in the future. So g3 is logical, forcing back the bishop. However, here not to play something on d5, I think Jan will be so mad at himself. Just play the move rook d5 or play the move bishop b3 and you torture your opponent, and there is no way Vincent with 2.5 minutes against 12 minutes for Jan can survive this. No way. But after rook b6, d5, all of a sudden things
actually
clarified.
In that position, wasn't white immediately getting something with rook d5, queen c6, bishop a4?
I mean, rook d5, probably actually white has,
Queen
black has
a7.
to go queen a7. Yeah, queen c6, bishop a4, just traps the queen, yeah?
Yeah, that's queen a7, luckily for black.
Yeah, luckily, but I mean, how terrible it is. And then Jan can do whatever he wants. Yeah, it's just a totally plus minus position, activating the bishop. You can after maybe transfer your queen to the king side yourself. f7 will be a winner. Of course, black will try rook f8 and then some f7, f5. But okay, usually you know that it will never work. There is also the idea for white just to play rook b6, locking down the queen on a7. Total nightmare. I think that Jan was trying to trap this queen. That was his problem. But yeah, this is terrible miss by Jan. And it will give confidence to Vincent, and it will be very, very interesting to see how Jan reacts to this missed opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. I think just like Eric, starting out with the black pieces and holding Jan to a draw is exactly the kind of confidence boost that Vincent needs, and to know that, yes, he can do it, despite, of course, being a big underdog in this match. But no result is foregone in the game of chess. So as this game goes on to show, Peter, let's also just quickly do a play-by-play of the Magnus Liam game, because it really felt that Magnus converted that advantage from the beginning, took control of all the tactics that were happening on the board. You remember after d3, d takes c2, just all aspects of the game were handled really well by him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but this is the typical story. If you give Magnus the slightest chance, he will be merciless. Yeah, and he's now incredibly focused. I still tend to believe that rook f8 was the cause of all black's problems. I mean, the move bishop f5 should have been somehow included. I have this feeling. But okay, rook f8, d4, bishop f3 takes, all this tactical skirmish. Magnus was in total control. d3, bishop takes e5, d takes e2, rook d7. I mean, I'm going here fast because we have discussed this during the broadcast already. So bishop takes a8, rook takes a8. The move bishop b2 was very, very nice, and we talked about it, that yeah, what is important difference, this retreat. However, hang on, I see that the players have already started, at least Vincent and Jan has already started their games. Then we have to jump there.
Let's jump to the live action, and we do have liftoff.
Yeah, it's a liftoff, and we were wondering if Magnus will play the Reti or not. And here Vincent is playing great. So no d4, no Ragozin, not allowing Jan to play Ragozin. And they are playing something, well, it's like a Grünfeld. Yeah, finally they transposed to Grünfeld. So Jan is probably also happy of playing some Grünfeld positions. What is this? This is a very, very solid line. Yeah, c5, dc5, c3, knight b5. It's very, very fashionable on the highest level. Knight takes c3, knight takes c5. Symmetrical position. It feels like since white has the extra tempo, white starts to attack black's knight. Maybe white can hope for some small advantage, but black is very, very solid. Knight e4, knight takes e4, knight e4, bishop d4, and bishop e6 on the board.
I think the one thing that's clear for Jan is that he can't take this match easily. I mean, the last round that we just witnessed, completely a dominating position, and he can't lose that focus and just think that he can make moves and win the game. Vincent is up for the fight in this one, and Jan currently on the screen trying to get up his energy, because I think he knows from what just happened that he's going to need all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And also this, I don't know, this bishop e6 is a rather strange move, because I do remember like Kramnik, the big expert from white side, and also Anish from the white side. And there was a game, Jordan Fan Forest against Anish Giri. We commented it on the tour last year, I think. It featured some bishop takes d4, queen d4, queen takes d4, knight d4, knight d6. I think this is some kind of a big tabia position. And there was a big debate if after these moves like white plays f4 and then white plays rook fc1 and brings the king to f2, that is this enough or not? One of the very first games was Kramnik versus Vei in Vaikanze, I think. When this was featured, Anish has played it with white. He has also defended it with black. Dinglian also has with both colors games for this position. So quite a topical stuff, but bishop e6 is certainly a move that I haven't seen. Bishop e6, bishop takes g7, king g7, queen d4 check on the board now.
Now does black trade or fall back with the knight? Because after queen d4, knight d4, white will hit the knight on e4 as well as the bishop on e6. You do have to move bishop d5, but it looks like that could be a little shaky for black.
Yeah, could be. Now the big question is that does black maybe actually retreats? Yeah, knight f6. Yeah, black retreats.
And after queen d8, rook d8, knight g5, you've got bishop d5.
Yes, yes. Actually, now it looks perfectly fine. I mean, perfectly fine in the sense that it looked like there might be something more for Vincent. And after knight f6, black actually has stabilized the position. I mean, hang on, because this bishop e6, I don't know if it's preparation or it's mixed up, but somehow I feel like, you know, this bishop e6 is too loose. I'm not a fan of this. But okay, Vincent took and gave check, and the move knight f6. Maybe Vincent has missed this retreat. I'm not sure
Maybe
what's
he
happening.
Can just go rook d1 and continue. Yeah, he goes rook d1, a natural move to continue development. If queen takes d4, you've got your knight jumping into d4. Rook d1, rook c1, still a slightly more pleasant position for white.
Yes, of course, in this line, somehow white is always very, very slightly better, but black has this move queen a5, preparing rook fd8, and yeah, white plays queen e5, trying to trade the queens. Yeah, takes, but okay, now
7 pawn. But probably black can ignore that and go rook d8 and try and trade off the rooks anyway, because after rook d8, if you take on b7, then rook d1, rook d1, rook b8.
Exactly, yeah, this is very, very important that, okay, Jan plays rook ac with the same idea that bishop takes b7 is no threat. First of all, you have rook c2, you have rook b8, you have both options, and black has perfectly equalized, I assume.
Can white actually go rook c1 here with the same idea that after bishop a2, he'll go rook a1 and pick up the a7 pawn?
Yeah, but it's all very, very drawish already. I mean, for example, rook ac1 I can take, and after rook a1 I have bishop b3 hitting the rook on d1. Of course, you can also after bishop a2 just take on b7, but there will be general traits, and it will be very, very drawish. I feel like, the players maybe blitzed out too quickly their moves. Yeah, maybe also Vincent felt like, in the previous game that he fell way behind the clock. He doesn't want to let this happen again. Yeah, he wanted to play quickly. But maybe here, because the position is kind of simplified. Yeah, if here you spend maybe 2-3 minutes and you find some very, very nice way of, keeping or increasing the pressure, then things will anyway be easy. Yeah, if it's a very complicated position, that's another story, but this is already simplified. So here, getting the advantage is the most important thing. And afterwards, even if you have a little bit less time, you will manage because there are not so many complications left already. Maybe this was, he hurried too much.
Jan looks almost bored of the position that he has on the board. He's got to be alert. We've seen Vincent just bring up surprises and these resources come out of nowhere. So Jan needs to maybe wake up a little bit. Rook c8 on the board. We'll see how Vincent is slowing down now, having a think. So let's just take a look at some of the other games that have started. The Magnus Lekwang Liam. Liam is currently down a game. So he is playing catch up. He has to win at least one of the next 3 games on demand to equalize the score. And this is it. Let's take it from the top, Peter.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because Magnus started to play also the Queen's Gambit accepted. Suddenly it's very much in fashion. Everybody started returning to it. E6, bishop takes e4, a6. Magnus has also so much experience from the white side. I mean, he has basically literally tried every single possible legal move here from white side. But the move knight bd2 is probably the only one that Magnus never tried himself and caught him by surprise. It's a move that I think Dingliren has played against maybe Yu Yanji during the tour already in 2020. I do recall seeing the move knight bd2, but it's certainly not a fashionable move.
Yeah, I think in these QGA lines, we normally see the knight come out from c3 or queen e2, all these different moves. Knight d2 often has this idea to go e4 and sacrifice a pawn. So it does lead to these lines which create a lot of complexity in the middle game and these attacking positions. Because, for example, let's say black plays a move like b5, the bishop falls to b3, and we often see bishop b7. And I think, I don't know if this is this exact position, Peter, but bishop b3, bishop b7, sometimes white just goes e4 and gives up a pawn to open up the e-file.
Yeah, there is this idea, but I'm not sure that in this move order, this is what white wants, because there is also this other very tricky, very sneaky idea behind knight bd2 that you can also bring the bishop back to e2. And after bishop b7, you play a2, a4, breaking up black structure. And this knight on d2 afterwards will move towards the c4 square. Yeah, so a very, very tricky stuff that with knight bd2, as you mentioned, e3, e4 is hanging in the air. This is a very, very interesting idea to go in the center with, for example, after bishop e7, then probably white will immediately sacrifice the pawn with d4. And
you
after,
take an e5 is the main idea, no?
Yes. And then cd4, e5, and then you come with knight e4. It's kind of dangerous. And if black plays b5, then you have this positional idea with bishop e2 and a4. So you can combine things. And now very interesting that Magnus spent a lot of time and chose the move c takes d4. So he releases the tension himself voluntarily. And let's see what happened. Knight takes d4.
Well, it's
bishop
sort of
c5.
It implies that Magnus was taken by surprise a little bit with this knight d2, and it got him a little worried because he went into a think tank and decided to not test Liam in either these e4 lines or this bishop e2 a4 line. But when often black takes this simplification route, it can end in a slightly unpleasant middle game. Now we've got this position where white has this isolated queen's pawn. The bishop has fallen back to d3. The bishop on a3. White already has a double bishop pair. Doesn't care about the d4 pawn because it really is all about the initiative here. But Peter, I still want to ask, after a move like, you've already pointed it out, after a move like queen d4, knight c4 makes things very difficult for black because there's a threat of bishop a7 besides the knight jumping into d6.
Yes, I mean, basically, I feel like, queen takes d4 is absolutely not possible. The move b7, b5 is the move that comes to mind in order to stop knight c4, but it also gives a very loose impression. Yeah, then white has all kinds of ideas on the long diagonal, hitting the rook before you develop the bishop to b7. So some move like queen f3 could be a problem. White has also some knight e4 ideas. it's a very, very awkward spot. Magnus needs to find the computerish move. I mean, he needs now computer precision in order to hold his position together. Because if he manages to hold on to his position, then actually, if he can somehow develop and keep the blockade against the isolated pawn, then black could be fine. But first, he needs to find the way how to solve all these problems. The big question is, can actually black play the move bishop d7? That's one of the moves that come to my mind. I want to get this bishop out as quickly as possible, and I don't want to weaken my structure. So, for example, the line knight c4, bishop c6, knight d6, I can maybe just play rook e7, and I can see that where is this knight going? I might have the move rook d7 kicking it, and Magnus goes bishop d7. Magnus opted for bishop d7. I think this is, humanly speaking, definitely the most sensible move.
You know, Peter, I had my eye out on the games, and suddenly I saw that in the Ding-Liren Artemiev game, White has just made the move rook to f1. And I was like, what does that, how is that even possible? And then I realized, of course, there was a trade on f1.
Yes, it's a trade. Bishop takes f1. Yeah, okay. This is basically my line since 10 years. I mean, I feel like I analyzed this in 2013 and still no surprises. This line afterwards was played on the highest level many times. The games ended in a draw, but there was a game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, I think, where Magnus suddenly came up with some small improvement or some question, and then it turned out that actually you still need to know your stuff with black. It's not a direct draw.
Is this going to be a repetition already? Because, okay, bishop e5 hits the knight, black has to start checking, and you go queen c4. So unless there's queen d3, white doesn't have a way to avoid the repetition.
Yeah, but this is exactly how my line worked back. I mean, analysis went that queen d3, queen takes d3, king d3, knight bd7.
d7, yeah.
Yeah, rook c1, still it continued. G4, you kick the knight, so white is forced to take on f6, king takes f6. Knight moves to d4, and then here one or two more moves, and it's finally equal. That's, I think, I analyzed till 2013 back then. But I'm actually not understanding Artemiev, because he lost the first game. He actually needs to win against a theoretician like Ding-Liren, who knows all this stuff, his repertoire perfectly. I mean, I feel like this is quite a soft try, unless he has actually analyzed this endgame very deeply and find that with new computers, you can actually put some question, you can put some pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, it's a very strange decision. And just a reminder of the format, the players play 4 rapid games, 15 minutes with 10-second increment. And if that's a tie, then we go into the blitz playoff. Right now, Ding-Liren is leading with 1-0. And as you were mentioning that white for Artemiev, we were expecting a slightly more complex position, but it felt like he just went on to check if Ding was up to the mark with the theory. And very often in these kind of lines, when black knows what he's doing, out of trouble, and it looks like Ding has got a position that he would have wanted with the black pieces. Now knight d2. Let's see if Artemiev does in fact have some deep computer analysis that gives white just a little edge in the position or not. Peter, a completely equal position in the Vincent Yan game. If we can just get your quick update, and then we'll move on to the next board, because this looks like it should end in a draw any moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, this position looks like there is nothing to play for.
All right, so then let's... Sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's just a matter of time when the players will agree to a draw. But yeah, we have this fight between Leko Tania and Magnus Carlsen, and it goes exactly along the lines that I was showing: bishop d7, knight c4, bishop c6, and Leko Tania does not go, of course, does not enter with knight d6 because it's just completely empty shot. But he simply plays rook e1 and says that, you know what, the threat is much stronger than the execution, because if now black continues with knight bd7, then already the move knight d6 might be very, very unpleasant, because then the rook will feel very, very awkward on f8 or on e7, running into all kinds of tactical possibilities. Magnus is spending his time. Big question that, can he maybe play bishop d5 and then knight c6? I mean, if he somehow develops, he gets his pieces out, he should be more or less fine, but he needs to find a good way. Yeah, bishop d5 on the board. It's very interesting, you know, because this was the position, and this black's last move was bishop d7, bishop c6, and bishop d5. Black lost 3 moves with the bishop, but it all makes sense. It's a very nice zigzag maneuver.
Bishop d5 on the board, like you mentioned, getting the bishop from c8 to d5. Nice little spot for the bishop. Black wants to develop with knight c6. Now, if you go knight d6, then rook e7, rook d7 is probably not something that white will be very happy with.
Yeah, unless there is some...
knight f5 here, but
yeah, knight f5 I just ignore with rook d7. I just want stability.
And then you're just happy because white actually ends up losing tempo. So it looks like a nice move, knight f5, but doesn't get anything. After bishop d5, can white jump with the knight to e5 instead?
Yeah, but somehow one has the feeling that if white jumps to e5, then why was this journey so important? Yeah, I mean, white meant knight d2, knight c4 with the clear intention, using the fact that he has this, he has this very, very powerful bishop on a3. Yeah, this powerful bishop gives him the initiative. And if he moves to e5, then it kind of white gives up on this trump. In this regard, I feel that white would love to keep the tension. Of course, exactly in such positions, engines are incredibly strong because there is no clear optically correct move for white. Yeah, that you feel like this is the momentum, but you don't know exactly that you should try to jump, and then computer understands that no, actually now you can make this useful move because everything works out in your favor. Humanly, we don't think like this. We know that actually in long terms, black should be perfectly fine because white has this isolated pawn, black has a very solid structure. So actually it feels like white should use the momentum in order to get the maximum out of the position, or black will just be fine.
Speaking about using the momentum, I'm just wondering, there's the d6 square, but also the b6 square, which is a weakness. Is that something that white can eye? Is bishop c5 something that can create some questions for black with the knight jumping into b6, or maybe even the bishop jumping into b6 with some forking ideas, hopefully?
Well, one of the first questions after bishop c5, yeah, can I now play knight b7 because it comes with a tempo? Yeah, I do allow knight d6. But if I see like knight d6 is not the end of the board, okay, now probably I will move the rook back to f8.
So you can't take knight c5 because knight e8 was hanging, and then knight f6. So you have to move the rook.
Yes, I moved the rook, and okay, maybe you can just even return with the bishop. I'm even maybe not really settling knight c5 because d takes c5 with the nice knight on d6, you might be able to put some pressure. It's another strategically important question. But for the moment, it's just very difficult for white to decide. Yeah, Lek Van Grian probably knows that this should be somehow good for him, but if he doesn't know the follow-up, it's not easy to find the right direction.
All right, we'll see how Liam answers this question. He's also playing catch-up to Magnus, currently down a point. Let's take a look at the Andrey Esipenko opening that we've had. It's been an Italian, and black has just made the move c6. Let's start from the top, Peter.
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit surprised by the fact that Eric tests Andrey in the Italian, because I think Andrey is one of the leading experts now in the Italian. He has worked so much on it, and he had also played so many games from the white side. But it's always very tricky if you have so much experience from the white side. It still feels completely different when you suddenly have to play with the black pieces. A4, A5, rook E1. Castles, a very, very classical, traditional way of playing this. Bishop a7, knight bd2. Black, of course, starts his maneuver bringing the knight to g6. White does the same. White goes with the knight to g3. And often in these positions, the question is, who strikes first in the center? Yeah, will white be able to push d3, d4, or will it be black who gets d6, d5 in first? So c6, reinforcing the center, getting ready for d5. Bishop to b3, and black opted for d6, d5 immediately.
Wow, but that kind of brings up the question, what is the idea after e takes d5 and knight e5 is hanging? It's some sort of a martial-esque sacrifice?
Yeah, because after knight d5, you cannot take on e5 because there will be bishop takes f2 check. Yeah,
and queen f6 in the air.
Yeah, and that's why it's very, very important to have the pawn on c6. If the pawn would be on c7, this never works because after queen f3, queen e5, the knight on d5 would be hanging, but now it's guarded by the pawn. It's a very, very typical kind of way. So here, usually after this, white pushes the move d4, And after e4, knight d4, we get these eternal symmetrical positions, and it's so difficult, really, believe me, even in a classical game, to make a decision, also to decide which bishop is more useful, the bishop on b3 or the bishop on a7. Will you play rook e8, will you not? Because rook e8, for example, allows white then this option of capturing and damaging the pawn structure, and white gets some kind of a pressure here. So really lot of questions, but a very, very strategical battle.
Very interesting. So black using this tactical trick of getting d5 in, and e takes d5, knight d5 on the board. So white doesn't have time to pick up the e5 pawn. He goes for the line that you mentioned, Peter, d4. And it's funny, it looks so symmetrical, the position. I mean, it's pretty much exactly the same, except the rook is on e1 and the bishop on b3. Andrey Esipenko says he's ready for it. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He reroutes the bishop to b8. This is quite a typical plan for black in such positions of the Italian.
Yes, it's quite typical. Actually, I have a very nice story about this type of symmetrical position. It was a little bit different, but we had this against Magnus in the decisive game in the last round of the Doha World Blitz Championship, where Magnus actually needed to win with the black pieces to get the title. And I was playing with white, and I was fighting for a very good prize for sixth place or something. So I definitely wanted to give my absolute best. And we got to such symmetrical position in blitz. And I was the one with white who had the tempi up, and I could try to use something. I spent something like 1 minute trying to use my extra tempo. What happened? I played two terrible moves, and suddenly I lost time, and I was on the defensive. And then what happened? Magnus was suddenly the one who had the upper hand on the clock, and he had the tempi up position. He spent time and he misplayed it, and then I got back. I know that these positions are so crazy. I mean, just completely crazy and very difficult to play in quick time control.
Wow. What happened in the end in that game finally?
Well, it was a draw and Karjakin became champion. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very dramatic, because there was all kind of stuff. Yeah, Magnus wanted to play for a win in a slightly worse position. Then I was apparently winning at some point, but I was also only stabilizing with little time on the clock, and then finally the game ended in a draw.
So dramatic up and down game that ends in a draw. Absolute fighting chess. Peter, that was a lot of your games, no?
Yes, yeah, that's but usually they all end in draw, but always quite a lot of adventures happening.
Always drama. All right, so knight d f5 on the board. Were similar ideas played in your game against Magnus?
Yeah, because this is always one of these big temptations for white. Yeah, that can you put the knight on f5, especially now that black moved his bishop to b8. Yeah, he left the diagonal. Because otherwise, if the bishop would be on a7, I don't think that knight df5 is so effective. Then black would actually play something like queen f6 and put pressure here. But now that the bishop moved, and the bishop basically from b8 was putting some pressure on this diagonal. In this sense, knight df5 looks very, very natural.
I'm not very tempted to take either of the knights as black. I feel bishop f5 or bishop g3. These are moves which are going to be super hard to make, because very often we are told, you know, when two knights are fighting for the same spot, it's not ideal for them. So would it be accurate for black to just keep this tension on the board, not capture either of the knights, and maybe look for an alternative move, a move like rook e8 perhaps, or, well, I'm struggling to come up with another one, but maybe rook e8 here?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say what is the right move, because queen f6 would be the move that would be very lovely to be played, but it runs into bishop takes d5. Probably you can just collect the pawn. Yeah, bishop d5.
But then you have bishop f5, no?
Yes, I have bishop f5, but somehow bishop f5. Then okay, you take knight takes f5.
Yeah, and queen f5, you just come back and you've got two bishops, and that's definitely something for white, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. It's at least something. I mean, it's definitely not the end of the world. You are very solid, but yeah, you probably don't want to give up the pair of bishops. Rook e8 also has the problem that, for example, after rook takes e8, queen takes e8, for example, bishop d5, cd5, white might just develop with bishop e3, and also feels a bit awkward for black with all this. I mean, rook on a8, bishop b8, bishop c8. It's not exactly harmonious. And now Andrey is taking his time. Yeah, it's not such an easy position, and I think Eric should be very happy that he got a very stable position where he has very easy play, and Andrey has also slowed down, so he can be sure that it's not preparation anymore.
All right, so definitely going to be an interesting position as both players need to deal with this symmetrical pawn structure. Looks like it should be fine, but still a lot of subtleties in the board. Peter, meanwhile, I'm going to give myself a little clap because Leko Tania went for the idea that we were discussing with bishop c5 and the knight entering to b6 after bishop d5.
Yes, I actually also kept an eye on it, and I felt like, we are both in good shape in this game. Yeah, I find the defense with bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop d5, and you called out bishop c5, knight b6.
No, Peter, there's a lot of difference. You find everything all the time.
Well, I mean, not all the time, unfortunately, but I'm trying. Yeah, bishop c5, knight c6, knight b6. So Magnus actually refrained from knight b7. He felt like, okay, you want the b6 square, please get the b6 square. I'm just very happy that you are not entering to d6. Knight b6, rook b8, rook c1, queen c7. Yeah, because I don't know exactly how to evaluate this knight on b6. Yeah, it looks disturbing. Of course, black cannot get to the c file, but if black is in time, for example, to play rook b8 and, for example, queen b8, then I can also say that I don't care that this knight is on b6. So what happened? hc, rook bd8, queen e2, and Magnus went for queen f4. Okay, so he wants to play like in the Nimzo. There is this queen f4, queen e3, queen takes e3, and rook takes e3. Okay, this is some kind of a surprise. I felt like, f takes e3 would be very, very thematic, but then black gets the e4 square. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, Magnus wanted to get access to the e4 pawn, e4 square, and Leko Tania did not want to give this option to Magnus. He takes rook e3, but now knight e7. Okay, Magnus is regrouping. Why is white really better here?
It's really interesting, Peter. I'm finding a lot of change in dynamics compared to the kind of openings and the chess that we saw in the preliminaries. Of course, there are a lot of factors for that. But I think one of the big factors is that with the scoring system that we had in the qualifying part of the tournament, with the 3-1-0 system, we saw a lot of risks being taken. And of course, it was also a very mixed field. And having fresh faces just added to the excitement and added to the drama on the board. But so far in the quarterfinals, we are seeing very calm chess. We're not seeing the players go all out or crazy openings, not too many g4, h4, h5s on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's matches, and losing a game definitely hurts your chances. Okay, now we know that Leko Tania and Vladislav Artemiev, they both lost their first games, so they are under some pressure. And I do feel that Liam is trying everything to disbalance Magnus. I mean, first of all, look at the clock situation. I mean, we know that Magnus likes to play very fast in these online rapid formats, and he's done on the clock. He's down to 6 minutes. It's a position which probably Liam feels that he's slightly more comfortable. There is no, I mean, that indication that he took with the rook on e3 and not f takes e3 actually signals me that he understands this position perfectly well, because I like his choice. He also has some ideas like f3, king f2, g4, just to get space and squeeze black. Yeah, because black actually would really love to find good spots, good squares for his knights, but he's struggling. This bishop on c5, knight b6 very nicely locks down black's his coordination on the queen side, or to fight for the c file. Liam is putting some pressure on Magnus.
Very interesting. Definitely. And the two bishops and all these pieces which are more active, it almost feels like if white was Magnus, then we would just say, you know what, this one's going to be a Magnus grind. But Liam, of course, has got a position that he can push forever, but it's going to not be easy. We know how resourceful Magnus can get, but this is exactly the kind of stuff that Liam could be hoping for. I think after losing the first game, just get a position that you can slowly build on and keep the pressure going. Well, we've got one result already in our round two, which is Vincent and Jan has once again entered in a draw. So that's 2 draws in this matchup. And in the next one, Jan's going to take white again. What do you think? What do you make of that? Do you think Peter Vincent is going to go again with the knight off, which was quite shaky for him, or will he mix it up?
Yeah, it's a big question. I mean, it's very difficult. It looks like, wow, it's peaceful match, 2 draws and so on. No, I mean, people should not be fooled. There is lot of tension. First of all, I mean, Vincent needs to find stability with black, because the line that Jan played didn't look very dangerous, but the way the game developed, it was a total nightmare. So yes, there might be a desire for Vincent to change something. Or maybe also feeling that, okay, that's all what Jan has in store. Let me check a little bit with computer for 2-3 minutes, because this position should be quite solid for black. Let me prepare and be ready for the next game. That's another kind of strategy. So I don't know. It's very difficult to say. In any case, I feel that Jan is now under some kind of pressure, because if he does not win the next game with white, then there will be a chance to maybe get into a blitz playoff, yeah. And of course, Jan is an incredible blitz player, but if Vincent, like an underdog, he might be actually very happy reaching the blitz playoff against Jan, and that can also give him confidence, and in blitz anything can happen.
Super big game coming up in the next one. Vincent's got to make that choice between, well, the Caro it could be, or the Knight off. We will see what happens. Right now, we've still got action on our other games. Peter, a bit of a structural change in the Andrey Esipenko game. So we were looking at this, and white has decided to trade the bishop for the knight on d5, giving black this isolated queen's pawn. But that also means that black's got the 2 bishops now. And it just feels like this is a trade that black shouldn't be too worried about. Queen h5, watch out for sacrifices on h6 now.
Yes, Queen h5, quite an interesting move. I mean, intuitively, I felt like after white has captured on d5, he might want to play a very positional game. Yeah, like trying to get bishop e3, bishop d4, change of the dark squared bishops, and try to really just play very strategically against the weakness on d5. But Eric says, no, you know what? I feel like maybe I can create some problems, but feeling wise, I feel like Queen h5 is not exactly what the position demands, because black also has moves like Rook a6. We should not forget about this fact that black's pawn is on a5. Sometimes it's a weakness because the b5 square is vulnerable. Now, however, now it looks like a rook lift with to a6 can very nicely guard the king side. And also eventually the rook can join the party on e6 and then try to double the rooks, rook e8 and rook e6. And then move the bishop, putting the pressure on white that if you want to keep the e file, then if you take, I might take fe6 and I will improve my structure. Yeah, so there are all kinds of very important, very interesting strategical things. And I feel like Queen h5 encourages black to play rook a6. Yeah, that's of course now the big question that maybe some tactical sacrifice on e5 are possible. Black needs to be careful and needs to calculate very precisely.
So Queen h5 on the board, Rook a6 are options that you're talking about. Once again, trading the knight with Bishop f5, Knight f5, or picking up the g3 knight is exactly what white wants. So black needs to keep the 2 bishops alive. Peter, should black be worried about moves like knight takes h6 and the rook e5 sacrifice?
Yeah, that was one of the things I was speculating about after rook a6. Just a very quick update. We jump to the Magnus game that, okay, this is about to end in a draw. So Magnus has very nicely with this rook e1, knight c8. I think knight c8 was the key move. Trading down this b6 knight, and after this, Magnus very confidently went on to liquidate into a completely drawish opposite colored bishop endgame. The draw is to finish any moment. So all eyes on Andrey Esipenko playing with the black pieces against Erik Hansen. Rook e8 here, a lot to play for in this position.
Because this one's going to be our main focus, Peter. I want to get an update on the Vladislav Dingler game, because that one also looks like it perhaps is headed for a draw.
Yeah, it looks like it's heading for a draw, but somehow look at also the engine by, yeah, white knight gets to d3, and now white is trying to push e3, e4, kicking away the knight. Ding wants to use the momentum to trade off white's active rook, but this kind of knight end games, yeah, they are very drawish. But after losing to Anish Giri, one of these knight end games, which actually felt much safer than this, I'm terrified already of these seemingly dead draw knight endgames because, okay, white maybe just trades, pushes e4, and the worst part is that white is also playing everything a tempo. Of course, after king f6, now if black can push e5, then everything is kind of stable, it's solid, but white maybe pushes f4, not allowing the freeing move e6, e5, activates the king, and thanks to the space advantage and black's vulnerable pawns on the queen side, thanks to the space advantage, actually, also the pawn on h6 is weak. Yeah, for example, imagine white knight jumps to e5, and it can jump to g4, it can jump to c6. If you push a5, then suddenly b6 is weak, then knight d7, things are happening. Those kind of knight endgames can suddenly turn out to be very, very nasty. One recent example was, I think, Rapport. Richie won against Jordan Van Foreest in Vaikanzi, also in some kind of a symmetrical knight endgame.
This is very interesting because visually it just looks like black can't be worse in these knight pawn endgames because you've got a similar pawn island. Everything feels like it should just be easy to hold. But these things that you're pointing out with space advantage, and as they say that knight pawn endings are a lot like king pawn endings. So it really depends on the king activity and the knight activity. It's an interesting moment in the game because Ding Liren has gone for rook c7, and Artemiev thinking if his best chance is to go for the knight pawn ending. Peter, I think we're gonna see a trade because keeping the rooks on right now is not even a possibility with the rook jumping onto c2. So white, and he's gone for it. He goes for rook c7. There really was no great way of keeping the rooks alive. And knight e5, but this sort of allows king f6 coming in with a tempo.
Yeah,
He
but
wants
king
to place
f6.
his knight on c6.
Yeah, on c6, so maybe he just wants to reinforce it with f4 and say that, you know what, I will get e3 for anytime I want. I can also go king f3 reinforcing, and he wanted to make sure to land the knight on e5. So probably what he felt, that if he plays e4, then maybe black has the idea to push f6, trying to fight for the e5 square, and then black will just sit tight like this. Of course, also not easy, but I understand why Vladislav chose then this move order.
Well, this is going to be a long endgame because Artemiev is a point down, and if he feels that he's got even a slight advantage, he's going to try to push this till the very end. White is, of course, out of danger completely in this. So if anyone is trying, it is Artemiev. We'll come back to this, Peter. Let's go back to the Esipenko-Hansen game. The Magnus game has ended in a draw, pretty much where we left it. So let's get an update on the Eric board. I see a rook trade has happened. Rook takes e8 on the board, expecting queen takes e8 to grab the e-file?
Yes, well, I mean, let's try to understand. Yeah, so this is where we left, queen h5, rook e8, bishop e3 played. Yeah, the most natural, bishop d7. So finally, black is activating his pieces, bishop d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes e8. Why is black really spending so much time? Yeah, is there some argument to take with the bishop and then try to, no, he goes for queen e8 for the most natural move. Knight takes d4. Now pawn on d5 is hanging, but pawn on a4 is also vulnerable. Knight f4 jump happened. So after queen f3, black goes queen e5. I guess this is the idea. Stabilizing, getting the e-file. The bishop keeps an eye on the a4 pawn. Quite a nice construction. So yeah, queen f3, queen e5 on the board. Black is pretty solid now.
Yeah, looks like he's got the better pieces, no? With that a4 pawn weakness, always the bishop on d7, stopping that rook from coming into activity. Black's queen controls the e-file. Knight e2 trying to trade off the active knight. Does black just try and keep that? Does black try and keep more pieces on the board? He falls back with knight g6, or do you think a trade is what he should be going for?
Well, it's probably there is no such thing as you have to do something. It depends on really the choice and the feeling that you have during the game, because it does feel like black has solved its problems. I mean, it looked like white is slightly better, but now I think that by now black has equalized. The big question.
Knight g6, knight h4 ideas, Peter?
Yeah, but no, that I don't like, because you should never get ambitious in this position. If you go knight g6, knight h4, white might just sidestep with queen g3 and force some trade of queens, and I don't want to lose so many tempies. And he takes, yeah. He just wants to play very simple. Knight e2, queen e2. Even now with this pawn on a4, even the trade of queens looks perfectly safe for black. I mean, just take and then bring the king to d6, and you just sit. Yeah, white will have this lovely knight on d4, for example, just to illustrate what I'm talking about. Yeah, white knights land on d4. I get my king to d6. You play something like this, and we look at each other, yeah, because I'm hitting the a4 pawn all the time. If you weaken with b3, then your pawn on c3 will be weak. I don't think that white can make any progress, but maybe also black will keep the queens. Even keeping the queens is an option.
I just feel if it goes into an endgame, it seems like white is the one who will just be sort of, if there's any game to play for, it would be with white with that knight, and he's gone for it. He's gone for this endgame. So he goes rook c8. He wants to come in rook c4, attack a4. White goes b3, stopping that. Black doesn't have time to break free with b5 because then the a5 pawn is hanging as well. But at least now after rook c8, knight d4 isn't a possibility.
Yeah, and okay, black just plays systematically a king f8. He wants to bring the king. But yeah, this actually was a nice spot from white that, yeah, while the knight is on e2, you can actually play b3. Now the rook is maybe not exactly free, because after rook d1, then you have to kind of deal with b5. Okay, at the moment, it's not possible. But there is also some argument just to play f3, king f2, try to bring the king as quickly as possible closer, since b5 is still not possible due to this, what you mentioned, yeah, that if b5, then a b5, bishop b5, knight d4 hits the bishop, and then pawn on a5 and d5 will be vulnerable. But Eric decides, yeah, let me play as naturally as possible. We are already in the blitzing mode, 4 minutes. Rook d1 played. And also asking a question before black can protect the pawn with the king, that do you put your bishop on e6 or do you put it on c6? Not an easy not an easy answer.
Yeah, because bishop c6 would come in the way of the rook on the c file. So that would allow white to be able to jump with the knight to either f4 and start putting pressure on d5. So probably bishop e6 here.
Yeah, bishop e6, or there is another idea just to play rook c5. Exactly, that's what I wanted to mention, that rook c5 and then try to prepare b5. I mean, try to liquidate, and maybe also just Andrey did not want to commit his bishop yet. Yeah, he really wants to get his king to d6 and keep the bishop on d7 in order to support this b7 b5 option. It looks very drawish to me.
And here, does white have any try with b4? Because I'm looking at this line with b4, a takes b4, c b4. You can't take bishop a4 at least because there's rook a1.
Yeah, but then I have rook c2. Yeah.
Rook c2, knight d4, and rook d2. Yeah.
Or rook c4, rook d. Yeah, rook d2 also possible. Yeah, so I have this option.
He goes for f3. So b4 was not possible tactically, as you're mentioning. Knight d4, there's rook d2, keeping the pressure on the knight. He plays the move f3, so trying to get the king into the game. King f2, king e3, king d4 march.
Exactly. Also, maybe king e3, then to d4 or to d2. I mean, definitely, yeah, probably to d4, protecting the c3 pawn, and then start jumping with the knight. Yeah, it's.
Right. Peter, let's move on to the other game. I mean, this one's going to be a long one. Both players have time. In the other matchup, Artemiev is down to 20 seconds, and it's that king pawn, knight pawn ending. And 1 second, has white won a pawn? Black is picking up the b2 pawn.
Yeah, he's picking up the b2 pawn, and I feel that this is exactly the reason why probably Ding will escape, because of the time pressure. Otherwise, I feel like this knight endgame was kind of unpleasant, but now I think he's holding. King d4, king e7. King is coming to d6. The knight on b2 is quite nice, because after king c3, you even have knight d1 check, forcing white's king back, and then the knight can start jumping from the other side. Also can return to b2. Now white also has vulnerable pawn on a3. It seems like Ding managed to hold things together. Knight c7 on the board. Now I'm expecting king d6, and we might be seeing a repetition like knight e8, king e7. I mean, with 15 seconds on the board, yeah, knight e8 check on the board, we might be seeing this repetition.
Yeah, but then that just narrows the margin down further for Artemiev. I mean, this is he's got only one more white after this. He is a point down. As you mentioned, he says no, he doesn't want to repeat. He refuses the repetition, and Ding Liren immediately sits up. He knows he still has to fight for the draw. The knight comes back. Knight is jumping into e4, trying to create more weaknesses and attack the black's kingside pawns. Maybe still not so easy because the knight on b2, Peter, doesn't have a way out right now.
Yeah, but there are many lines to calculate. Now, there is also this tempting option of going e6, e5 using the momentum. Yeah, because e5 check, fe,
On
fe.
the board, he's
King
gone for
e5,
it.
knight c4 check, and I'm hitting ace. Yeah, I'm getting a pass pawn on b file, and it seems like it will be a complete liquidation. Yeah, e5 on the board. So maybe white will need to take fe, and play king e4 in order to have after knight c4 the move a4, keeping some tension. But black will already get very active with his king. Yeah, he agrees to a draw. Yeah, this is basically now kind of a forced draw. King f6.
So the king is going towards the h pawn. Do you pick up the e3 or the a3 pawn and try for more? Because knight a3 means that you're getting ambitious, but it could also be dangerous to go for knight a3 with king g6 coming in.
Yeah, it's really now about what do you prefer. It's clear that everything will be a draw because after knight a3 you will be also pushing b5. White knows that he can always sacrifice the knight and he's coming to h6 pawn. But the pawns are very far, so black will always be in time to come back with the knight. But knight x6 is the more professional. Yeah, just
definitely safer.
Yeah, just liquidate everything and okay, know that no surprise. h3. Okay, now white will play probably h3 to
stop knight g4. So king h6 immediately is not possible because of knight g4. h3 would end up winning that pawn. So what black wants to do is actually go for the a3 pawn. So after h3, does black go knight c4?
Yeah, probably then yeah, h3 on the board.
And now knight c4 or knight c2 hitting the a3 pawn.
Yeah, it's of course both sides know that yeah, they have draw in the pocket. I mean, they are not risking. And Ding Liren has 6 minutes. So yeah, whenever he feels that he needs to calculate something, he has the time to calculate.
All right, so while Ding calculates whether he wants to go for the a3 pawn or bring the king forward, let's take a look at the Eric game one more time because that one still has the rooks on the board. And rook a6, bishop e6, I still really like that knight on d4, but a lot of liquidation has happened.
Yeah, a lot of liquidation. And we can just quickly jump back. After king f2, yeah, Andrey used the momentum with b5. Just wanted to get rid of all these things. Before white king reaches the center squares, yeah, it was very important to time it like this. The knight has to move, and now the pawn on c6 is vulnerable. And after a4, they traded these pawns. White is symbolically better, of course, with this nice knight on d4, but it looks like the position is very dry. Knight c6 on the board. Okay, it's just very drawish. I don't know what should happen in order to. Okay, Andrey is little low on the clock. Yeah, less than 2 minutes. Eric is 2 minutes up on the clock, and he can at least. I mean, what white is trying, he wants to pretend that I'm settling something. Maybe he wants absolutely nothing, but just forcing his opponent always to burn time.
To burn time and also sort of putting that psychological pressure. I mean, here, this was a match where Andrey Esipenko was picked as the big favorite here in this one. But it's clearly Eric. He drew the first one without too much trouble. And this one, it's him putting on the pressure and saying that he's fighting for more rook h8. So trying to activate the rook to come in to h1 and start attacking the pawns from the first rank. After rook h8, white can kind of also look at ideas of attacking the d5 pawn with moves like knight b4, rook a5.
Yes, but somehow after knight b4, it looks like black should be very active with king e5. And yes, you can still play rook a5 because there are all kinds of c4 ideas and knight takes d5. Maybe. But rook c8, yeah, I have, for example, rook c8, a very simple way of you have to deal with the pawn, then I will give you a check, you move away, and I'm coming back. And very hard to imagine that white can really make progress.
Yeah, too few pawns left. Meanwhile, Ding's still thinking in that position. He hasn't yet made a move after h3. Is he worried about something in this?
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely he might regret taking on e3 immediately. I mean, of course, it's as we speak, it should be a dead draw, but now he needs to calculate. the good news for him was that he had 6 minutes. Maybe that's why he was little careless, also taking on e3, thinking that, okay, I always have the time to, but now he needs to calculate.
Because after knight c4, knight c2, Peter, white can actually go knight b1 as well, just defending that a3 pawn, and you still lose the h6 pawn.
Yeah, and it's very, very uncomfortable losing. Maybe it's draw, even you can give it up and everything is a draw, but psychologically you definitely don't want to be playing a pawn down position. He needs to calculate now move per move.
He's burnt a lot of time on the clock, and I'm looking at him. He doesn't look very comfortable. It feels like he hasn't found a straightforward way to neutralize white's threat. It's so close, yet it feels like, you know, he needs to be a little precise. He's gone for king c5, so wants to get the king into the game. So king c4, is this the moment? If white gives knight b5, Peter, that's a draw on the spot, because black's knight will be able to stop the h3 pawn. But white can jump in with the knight to e4 and then to d6 to attack the b5 pawn. For example, knight e4, king b3, knight d6.
Yeah, while we were thinking, I was also had the feeling that actually with black, maybe I would love to play like this with king c5, king c4, just to get some clarity, because the h pawn is still not moving. Yeah, knight e4
it's on the board. We might
it's
be
on
seeing
the
this.
board. Yeah, because what I want to say that h4 is not yet a threat, because knight g2, h5, knight f4 is in time to the knight to be sacrificed for the pawn, and you know that I'm already trading here something. He also has the possibility just to play knight g2 after h4. He also has knight f5 at the moment, also taking on h4. So very, very big drawish margin in the position. So imagine I'm putting the knight on g2, stopping h4, and then I'm trading this pawn. I will have probably enough time to bring my king, but it's easier said than done. During the game, you want to do something, and king d4 played, and knight f2 blitzed out.
So
Okay,
Artemiev is
done
really, he's really creating it. He's just making it slightly difficult for black to get what he wants, because now after knight f2, Artemiev wants to go knight g4 and try and trade the knights, because after knight g4, for example, if you go knight g2, then he can get the king all the way back and put pressure on that knight.
Yeah, or just to go back with the king immediately, yeah, with king g5. Now the big question is that does black have the time to go back with the knight to c4, for example, yeah, targeting the a3 pawn? Then we start this race with h4, knight a3, h5.
Now it looks a bit slow for black, no?
Looks dangerous, but on the other hand, still it looks like, okay, I also have a pawn, but knight d1 is a nice
Knight
defense,
d1,
yeah?
always.
Yeah, I mean, kind of tricky.
Very
Kind of
tricky, and
tricky.
Ding Liren has burnt the clock quite a bit. He's also down to 2 minutes. So knight f2, what if black tries to go with his king towards the a3 pawn? So let's say a move, but then he could have done that in the previous move. So that's definitely not the idea here.
Yeah, and okay, we also see that the Andrey Esipenko game ended in a draw against Erik Hansen, so there is an update, and already the Ian Nepomniachtchi Vincent Keimer game is in progress. Magnus Carlsen, Leko has already started as well, so a lot of action there, but I think we have to keep this our focus on this.
Let's stick with this one. So also the other thing that I realized that knight f2 does is it stops black's king from coming on to the king side with king e5, because then you've got this threat of knight g4 trading the knights. So right now the king is still stuck far away from the h pawn.
Yes, this is very, very important. And
Very
yeah,
tricky
look at
stuff.
this. I mean, Ding is now getting down to a minute. It definitely shows that he's kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, it's he felt like the draw was kind of already in reach, and now he needs to calculate all these lines. Never easy.
It's crazy how complex the position can still be with such few pieces on the board. It's just, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and actually the price of each move is even more and more, yeah, because just one mistake can maybe even cost you the game. While when you have many pieces, you know that, okay, you can play on feeling. Here you cannot rely on your feeling. You need perfect move per move calculation.
And oh my God, look at the clock situation. Ding has almost the same amount of time as Artemiev now. He had 5 minutes on the clock, Peter, when we had this position just 2-3 moves ago.
Yes, and things got out of control. Yeah, now he goes for knight c4, and look at this. engine bar first jump, then it falls
H4,
back.
H4, H5 coming in, Peter, as you've mentioned that this is too far away. He tries to bring the king in.
Yes, it's king e3.
All right, so what is the move for white here?
Yeah,
I don't believe that you can sacrifice the piece with H5. So he goes
not
knight
yet.
D1.
Yeah, he goes knight D1, but but knight D1, king D2. Yeah, black harasses this knight. Knight F2 now, king E3 will come, and this is then perfect calculation by Ding.
But can he run away with the knight? For example, let's say if Ding repeats with king E3, he's having a little thing. But if he repeats with king E3, give a check from G4.
Yeah, but then king F4 comes with a tempo, and the king is coming closer, and your knight is far away from the A pawn. Yeah.
Peter, Ding refuses to repeat. So he's gone after this, saying that now you don't have the D1 square for the knight defending B2. And Ding is the one who's pushing the pawn. Knight E4 check. He wants to put the knight on C5 to stop B3.
Yes, now basically it's kind of clear that both sides needs to be careful, and it will end in a draw, yeah, because it's not, no one is pushing for free his pawn. But with this little time on the clock, yeah, let's see if we will see some drama here. King D3, knight C5 check, knight A4 I'm expecting, and then king B3, knight C5 check would be a logical repetition.
King B3, maybe you can try and be tricky with knight B6 so that after king C3, you can go knight D5 and pick up the B4 pawn.
Yes, you can, yeah, definitely after king B3, you will try knight B6. Yeah, Ding goes B3. He wants to shoulder this knight with king B4, and after, okay, still you will have knight B2.
But what if you move the king now? So again, tough to find the right square, but let's say king G7.
Yeah, king G7.
And king B4, knight B2.
Okay, he played king G6. Little bit strange because I felt like, not that this pawn and queens with check, but he anyway wants to sacrifice his knight.
So H6 now.
No, king B4, knight B2 on the board.
Yeah, sorry, king B4, knight B2, king C3, H6, king B2, H7. What about H6 now?
Yeah, but that should be a draw, yeah?
So white will queen and black will get the pawn on B2.
Yes, something, I mean, this with this incredible knight, I mean, this, the king is super safe, yeah, but very nice construction. I never seen it.
That's a crazy draw if that happens on the board.
Yeah, and Artemiev down to 9 seconds. Knight A4 check, king B4, knight B2. King CC, knight A4, yeah, enough adventure, yeah.
Wow, amazing stuff. And Artemiev draws, but what a fight this was. We saw a little head shake by Artemiev. Definitely he knows that, well, he had a little bit of an edge, but I think he made the most of it, and a fighting, well-deserved draw for Ding. Peter, we do have action, I think, for our game 3 for some of the players.
Yes, definitely we have. The game between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer is already in full swing. For quite some time, we saw a repeat of the line. So in fact, they are sticking to this Najdorf. But this time, Vincent was better prepared. However, I still feel like, better prepared than in the first game. Still, Jan feels like he knew more about the position and he gets some pressure.
Where did it deviate from the first game, Peter? If you can take it from the top and see how, because in the first one, it just looked like Jan got such a dominating position. So where was the improvement?
Yeah, rook E1, knight C6, this is still the same. And after F3, Vincent didn't go for knight A5. He deviated with B5, after which A4, B takes A4, knight takes A4 happened. And black breaks in the center with D5. But yeah, white's position is very, very solid. The D5, knight C5, bishop C8, knight D5, bishop F2. Yeah, white wants to get bishop F2, bishop F1, and this rook E1 construction, a very, very safe construction. Knight D4, bishop F1, just not falling for any provocation. For Jan, it's very important to keep the structure intact. Queen C7, C3. Now black has a choice. He can take on C5, but then finally white ends up with the two bishops. Yeah, takes CD and ED, bishop D4, queen D4. I mean, this is a nightmare for black. It's definitely not a pleasant one. So Vincent decided to keep keep the tension. He took on b3, takes, rook d8, queen e2. He develops the bishop to e6, targeting the knight on b3. It's a vulnerable piece, but white has this nice move, knight a5, rook a b8 counterplay, and queen c4, using all the momentum that is possible, because indirectly protecting queen c4 runs into knight takes c4, and white protects the b2 pawn, and black remains with these two big weaknesses, and he will lose a pawn. The big question is, can black now capture on b2? Yeah, that's the big question. What happens if we take immediately? I mean, you will definitely have this knight c6 fork after the queen trade, and then knight c6. Probably that's the move I'm expecting. Yeah, takes knight c6. Rook has to sidestep somewhere, and again white gets the two bishops. This is very, very unpleasant. No, this is.
So do you, after rook e8, do you trade and take on e5?
Yeah, definitely. I just take and take on e5, and look at these two bishops, just lovely. Black has this weakness. The knight is also, I mean, if you would have a knight on c4, it's a different story. With the knight on c7, white is clearly better. But this is what we are seeing. There was apparently Vincent couldn't find anything better, but this is nightmare. This is not nightmare.
And rook e5, as we were seeing on the analysis board, we've got that position, rook e5. I don't think bishop a6 is a direct threat here, Peter, so he's not worried about that. Does that give black some time to probably create a threat against the c3 pawn, maybe rook c2?
Also, black needs some luft. Yeah, I mean, definitely you need some luft, because maybe we can give this pawn and say that, you know what, this is quite a drawish position with the opposite color. H6 on the board. Vincent wants to be systematic because he needs to create luft. Taking the pawn is definitely not one Jan wants. He wants to keep the pressure because this pawn is not running away. Yeah, he can collect this pawn any given moment. Rook d1, playing for initiative.
So now you probably have to be a little careful of threats like rook d8, bishop d3 if you play rook c2.
Yeah, putting the pressure. And not allowing for black to get the d file, because with rook d7, black could then also try to create counterplay. But now white took the file, and black is low on the clock. In this situation, it's also very, very important to keep the pressure. Yeah, it's not important to play the objectively maybe best move, but you have to play the most unpleasant one.
All right, let's take a look at the other board, Peter. The Magnus Liam fighting with the black pieces, and I think really fighting, because this one needs, at least it looks like it needs everything that black can do. It looks a bit passive for Liam currently, but is it enough for white? Because I see that white's king can start attacking the h6 pawn. Black's pawn structure looks like an absolute disaster. White could potentially go king h4, king h5, and I think the move a4 is so important because it allows this move rook a5 at certain moments to cut off white's king from entering onto the 5th rank.
Exactly, yeah. Rook a5 is the defense because white is settling with the very, very famous king h4, king h5 motif. Rook a5 played, but now the c6 pawn is a little bit vulnerable. Of course, rook on c7 is nicely protecting it. It was very, very important to stop this king entering on the king side. Great defense by Liam. And we also have to say that if Liam loses this game or if Magnus wins, then the match is over. Yeah, so really a lot at stake. Liam has to hang on here in order to keep his chances alive.
Yeah, like literally he has to, because Magnus already leads the match with 1 point and they play 4 rapid games. It's 1.5 to Magnus. So Liam needs to hold this game at least and then has to win on demand the next one to force a playoff. Peter, you're looking at these lines, rook b4. So after c5, which looks like a fork, rook b5 is white's idea to get out of it, which actually would be good news, because then after rook b5, knight b5, can black still go rook b7?
Yeah, but then you get your king marching,
king h5, and there's no way of making anything of the pin on the b file. So rook b4, a nice tricky move. Is white also threatening something with rook b4, like rook c4, hitting the c6 pawn?
Yeah, this is the big question, but it seems like after knight c4, black will have knight e5. And also one really needs to be careful with some rook c4, not that after c5, the rook will be trapped, yeah? Then some timely knight e5 might cause the game.
Oh.
So yes, this rook b4 is kind of tricky, but Magnus needs to be careful, not that he tricks himself. Rook b4.
Rook b4 on the board, and Liam having a think. Because it's sort of hard to come up with a move for black as well. The rook from a5 can't move away. You can't allow white's king to h5. The a5 pawn is weak. The rook on c7 is stuck defending the c6 pawn. The knight, if it moves, then you allow threats like rook b8 check and the rook coming in. So the king is really the only piece that black can shuffle around with. He goes king e7.
Yeah, he plays king e7. I mean, stabilizes. The king on d8 was anyway not really needed. It was needed for defense, for defensive purposes. If white returns rook b7, then of course black will happily probably fall back with his king. However, not now. Already there is also the other argument that I can just take and play king d6, and I can try to have an active king because I'm already coming with rook c5 hitting the weakness. Of course, Magnus does not even consider rook b7. There is a reason why he retreated the rook. He doesn't want to trade the rooks, but I don't see how he's gonna break this construction because black is very, very solid. This a4 rook a5 was very important defense.
Very nice stuff by Liam. All right, we will keep an eye out on this one. Let's get an update on the Jan Vincent board, Peter. White has got the c passer, black has got the a passer, white still has the two bishops. I think it's still advantage Jan.
Yeah, definitely advantage Jan. Okay, Vincent is trying something on the b file. Yeah, he wants to double with the rooks, but the point is that after rook b2, white anyway
Bishop
just
F1.
retreats with the bishop to f1, very nicely, comfortably protecting the pawn. So it's not really about getting active with black. Yeah, rook bb2 anyway had to be played. But now after bishop f1, Vincent also needs to worry about some rook d8 entering. So I wouldn't be surprised if he would try to trade rooks with rook d2.
And that makes a lot of sense. Bishop f1, rook d2, getting rid of one pair of rooks, and then he can also just try and trade off the a pawn for the c pawn at some point. Rook c2, a5 ideas. And it's hard for white to escape a rook trade once you fall back with the bishop to f1.
Yes, yeah, and Nayan is taking his time. I mean, as if he is considering something a part of bishop f1 finally played.
Yeah, there was no other move, I think, except bishop f1.
Yeah, only that Jan is usually, blitzing out such moves, and he was spending some time. I felt like, wow, there is something else. But no, yeah, bishop f1 on the board. Threatening rook d8.
It's been really tough for Jan so far to break through. I mean, he had that big chance in the first game. But apart from that, so far, it's not been easy at all for him to make anything out of the positions.
Well, but also here he has a very, very nice position. The question is only that will he find a way to convert it, because it looks very, very shaky. For example, even rook takes d2, rook takes d2, rook a5. Then, of course, the move rook c2 comes. White pushes the move c5. Yeah, this rook a5 position is on the board. And after rook c2, c5, black has this idea of maybe playing rook c1, king f2, rook c2 check, but then I'm coming forward with the king.
So rook a5, rook c2 is what you're suggesting to keep the counterattack going on the c file.
Yeah, but I'm pushing c5, and now I'm also starting with the bishop to take on a6. Yeah, Vincent goes
rook d1.
Rook d1, king f2. Still, rook d2 check, king is possible, and now rook c1, c5. There is no difference. Yeah.
c5, can you go bishop c4?
Yes, you can, and probably
maybe bishop c4, rook c4, and rook a6, rook c5. There's rook a8.
Yes, this is a very, very important moment. Yeah, that bishop c4 runs into takes, and you can take on a6 because rook c5 runs into rook a8. But no, yes, rook c2 check doesn't help me because you move the king. After king f8, bishop d6 check wins.
Bishop d6 is the idea. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, this is the key. So yeah, after c5 now, very, very tough for Vincent, because actually then he's losing the pawn. He needs to give up this pawn and somehow activate the knight. But if he gives it up for free, then it's not good. Yeah, rook c2 check.
So at least after bishop a6, now the g2 pawn is under fire as well. So maybe that's the idea. But rook g2 just feels like it will misplace the rook a lot and the c pawn will be very dangerous in such positions.
Yeah, knight f6. Yeah, now Vincent is jumping with his knight. Yeah, he wants to to create
Can
knight
you take
d5
bishop
check.
a6 now?
Yeah, bishop a6 is taken. But okay, I mean, in blitz, very important to create chances for yourself. And with this knight d5 check, at least you have some ideas. But objectively, it looks very good for white, of course.
So now if king d3, there was knight b4 stuff. So he goes king d4, and you can still give rook d2. Check. Rook d2, king e5, there's knight b4.
Yeah, I'm expecting rook d2 check yet to white playing the move king e5 and knight b4.
Maybe knight e7, Peter, knight e7 with a deadly threat of knight g6. Is that? No, you still have king e4 though. So I thought it was almost checkmate.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, it's also very tricky from white, but yeah, it shouldn't be enough. And Vincent down to 30 seconds on the clock. Okay, he will try this knight e7. I think he has to try knight e7. Nothing else is possible.
It's pretty tricky actually with the knight jumping around and all the checks in the board. White still has to sort out problems of these forks from everywhere. And knights, but Jan has so much time on the clock.
Yeah, this is rook d2 check is played. We are no king e5, bishop d3. This is some kind of a surprise. Yeah, Jan felt like he doesn't want to let this shaky position with king e5 happen. Bishop d3, inviting.
So knight b4. He wants to go
inviting knight b4 because probably he just wants to go king c3.
King c3, yes.
Bishop f5.
Oh, there's also a mate on rook a8, which we've been...
Yeah, of course.
Our producer just informed us that rook a8 is something that we've just been happily missing.
Yeah, because also black's king is still what a nasty move, bishop d3. But yeah, bishop f5. Anyway, we are getting to this opposite colored position. But it seems like black will have to probably... Okay, Vincent is hoping to give bishop f1 check, take on g2, and be in time to get the bishop back to h3, covering the c8 square. And then get the rook behind. Yeah, c6 check is played. I mean, c6 is played and bishop f5 check. Yeah, there was no time to collect the pawn. He needs to try to defend, like keeping the bishop on the diagonal and get the rook behind.
But this one's going to be a tough task, no? With the bishop, white bishop also jumping into c5 at some point, and the c pawn advancing. Bishop e6 played. And now after c7, you've got to go rook c2 because rook a8 is a threat.
Yes. I mean, definitely you want to stay with rook c2, and it feels that long terms it should be lost. But there is also one other idea that can you somewhere maybe sacrifice the bishop and hit on g2, but I don't feel that this is at the moment enough because white's bishop is too strong on g3. It would be very nice if I could get one more pawn. But yeah, rook e2 check. King d6.
Down to 30 seconds, so the king is going to march forward. Peter, also a very interesting position on the Magnus board. If you just quickly want to jump to that and give us your objective evaluation.
Yeah, well, it's very difficult to, but okay, they have the big difference is they have time on the clock. Yeah, and I feel like there is a lot of move per move happening, but black seems to be fine. I mean, white's position is, all of white's pawns are weak. Yeah, white will need to maybe even... Okay, Magnus wants to himself create, look at this, for example, knight c6, king takes h6, would allow rook b8 checkmate construction. Wow. Yeah, so just to illustrate that if black blindly takes all the pawns, then it runs into rook b8 checkmate. So this is what Magnus is trying to get, but he will not, of course, he will never get this.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine him being successful white-black because of so many pawn weaknesses. Black can perhaps also just make the move king to g7 and keep everything under control.
Exactly, yeah. For example, knight c6, king g7 is possible. Also, the move rook a6 is possible, yeah. Nevertheless, yeah, knight c6 is played, king g7 on the board.
All right, because both players have time on this one, Peter, do you want to go back to the Vincent game? Because Vincent is playing on seconds. And we have the position that you were mentioning. He's gone for that one where he gives up the bishop and sacrifices it for the pawns.
Yeah, there was nothing else. I mean, sooner or later he had to, and he's dreaming about something like g5, king g6. Yeah, g5 on the board. Because, I mean, if he gets g5, king g6, and then he manages to advance his pawns, he can try to change, but Jan is coming king d5, king d4, rook e3. It should be a technical win for white. It's a little bit too much if this is not winning.
Yeah, it's just one pawn for a piece. It feels hard. So what you're saying is Black's plan is to try and get h5, h4 in. He's gone for it immediately with the move h5.
Yes, but rook c6 played by Jan. Yeah, he wants to cut the king. And okay, after h4, he goes bishop e5. He's dominating like this. Yeah, it's very, very nice now for
All
white.
right, so it looks like white has everything under control in this one, Peter. We do have liftoff on the other boards. So we've got time to look at them. Let's go back to the Magnus game because there have been a lot of trades and it might be... Actually, this one's also going to go on for a while. I don't expect because white's rook on g1 is quite stuck. So maybe Liam can try for something in this position.
Yes, now Liam definitely will try. It's a little bit scary for Magnus. I mean, he overexpanded, overstretched his position with this king on h5. Liam is feeling the momentum that, wow, I mean, I defended everything and I can maybe try to use these uncoordinated forces from Magnus. But there is very little material left. So if Magnus now knows that, okay, I have to defend, he should be able, but okay, it's a little bit tricky now.
Like king h6, knight f4, g3 actually runs into rook h2 mate.
Yes, that's
So
checkmate
watch
on the
out for
spot.
that king.
Yeah, okay, f4 pawn is the soul of the position, of white's position, so I'm expecting actually the move king g4.
But then there's rook f2, no? Because you still can't go g3.
Yes, but maybe I will just try to give a pawn or something. I mean, I might be losing the pawn anyway. This is already now quite unpleasant for Magnus.
Well, it's a pawn. A pawn is definitely something in this position and it gives Liam some chances. f4 pawn hanging. Very difficult for Magnus to save that pawn. He has to decide. King g4, rook f2. Do you still have king g3 there?
Yes, well, that would be a great defense. King g3 and rook f4, then rook d1.
I was
but
hoping for rook d1, but then there's rook c5, and I don't. Oh, he's gone for king h6, Peter. But doesn't this allow this line with knight f4? I mean, he's never going to play g3 after that. But knight f4 means the g2 pawn is lost.
yeah, well, he's probably counting on some very, very forced line like rook f1 and then e5.
E5?
Still, this is very scary. I mean, rook f1, e5. Where is the trick of Magnus? I mean, definitely he has seen a trick. Yeah, knight f4 on the board. Rook f1 on the board.
E5,
and knight takes e5. Yeah, exactly. This is the way that he solves his position. And after king e5 played g3.
And pick up the f7. You give rook h2 check. It doesn't matter. The king comes into g7, picks up the f7 pawn. And that is a rook knight versus rook, which is going to end in a draw. Very precise bailout by Magnus there.
Yeah, very, very precise. I mean, just one more inaccuracy and it would have maybe caused the game. But to be fair, I think Magnus had foreseen this. I think he has foreseen it. And that's why he was kind of willing to, I mean, he was not that worried.
All right, well, we do have a result on the Jan-Vincent board. Jan won that game, Peter, which means Vincent takes on Jan in their final game with the white pieces and has to pretty much throw the kitchen sink at Jan because he's got to win on demand.
Yes, definitely. But okay, what to do? I mean, congratulations for Jan for actually getting this very, very nice strategical win in. Vincent was putting up defense, but in this little time, I mean, with this short time control, this is just way too difficult. And yeah, now he has to do everything. But okay, I mean, I don't think that Vincent is really worried about this situation. I mean, he knew that Jan is the favorite, and maybe he also had an idea that, okay, if things go wrong, then what kind of strategy he has in the last game to go all in. We will see. We also see that the other games are in progress. Magnus is holding the draw. Liam is trying to find something, but it seems like Magnus will bail out into rook versus rook knight endgame.
All right, this one is ending in a draw. We are going to take a very short break and be right back.
stability isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rowson. This book explores common disasters made by chess players, as well as going into the details and the reasoning behind such mistakes. For today's segment, we will be looking at the second sin, blinking. Blinking can mean missing opportunities. It can also mean a lack of resolution. Rowson, in his book, in the video course, does a great job of explaining this. Now we're looking at an example from the first season of the Champions Chess Tour. White was Liam Quang Le, a very strong Vietnamese grandmaster. Black was Levon Aronian, who needs no introduction. In this position, it's actually Aronian as black to play. He's just made a check, and this check was blocked by the...
Yeah, welcome back. We finally reached this position, Magnus Carlsen against Lek Wang Liam, Rook Knight versus Rook. I mean, this is the light version of this minor piece, Rook versus Rook. I mean, with Rook Bishop, there are all kinds of dangers, and practically it's always tricky, especially with little time control. But Rook and Knight can never really create any dangerous threats to White's king. I'm expecting a very, very comfortable draw here for Magnus, but I also expect Liam to try, because I mean, he's trailing the match. Why not to try? I mean, he has nothing to lose. The only problem is maybe he feels like, you know, it's not polite to try this against Magnus, but he should. I mean, he should definitely try at least a little bit. Test Magnus. And I'm not sure. I mean, looking at the okay, finally Liam moved with his hand. I was almost feeling like the players are stuck. Yeah, okay. As I see, Liam is more or less psychologically trying to understand that should he play on or should he just quit. And we are also okay. No, there are all kinds of updates here. So in fact, of course, Liam is trying. Tanya, what do you think? What is your take? Is there any chance, or it's just going to be a simple draw for Magnus?
I mean, I don't know simple or not, but it's definitely going to be a draw. We're on move 53. So how many to go? Peter, do you think this one's going to touch 100?
No,
this
definitely not. But one thing I would like to highlight, because it's very, very funny, that in this position, one of the typical ways of defending in such position in the Rook Bishop versus Rook position is the method of freeing up the 7th rank. But now with the Knight, actually it would have run into a fork. Yeah, so despite being a completely drawn endgame, you need to be careful.
Do you think, Peter, that Liam is going to play on till the 50 move rule?
Yeah, I was kind of speculating, because somehow the transmission was stuck after our break, and I felt like, knowing how big gentleman Liam is, that maybe he feels uncomfortable trying to squeeze Rook Knight versus Rook against Magnus. But I was insisting that no, you cannot be a nice guy here. You have to try. You have to try to maximize your chances, and that's what he's doing.
I mean, technically, you just never are a piece up against Magnus, so might as well play it for as long as you can.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's logical. But of course, Liam knows, maybe also a strategy that, you know, while this game is going, and he knows that he doesn't need to put so much effort into the game, because, okay, his moves are basically not really important. He is only hoping for some miracle. but he at the same time can already maybe think about his strategy for the next game. Yeah,
And that's the last one. That's going to
yeah,
be the
last one, but
for
he
him.
will have the white pieces, and now he can actually get some free minutes, because otherwise, if he finishes the game, then I don't know, in 10 or 15 minutes, the next game starts. If he keeps on, playing this for another 10, 15 minutes, and during this 10, 15 minutes, he's actually thinking about the next game, then he's gaining 15 minutes as a preparation for the next.
His mind is there. Could be it. Well, this one's definitely going to end in a draw, which would mean that Liam, with the white pieces, has again just got to go all out. It's his final game. He needs to win on demand to force a draw, to force a playoff. Right now, Rook D1 check on the board. Peter, we'll keep an eye out on this, but I think we can call this a draw.
Yes, definitely we can call it a draw.
So
I also
let's head
feel
up to
like
the-
we have some transmission error, because I mean, after Rook D1 check, I cannot believe that Liam is thinking of playing King E6 or King E5. I mean, you just make one of those moves and then we take it from there. Let's move to Dingliren versus Vladislav Artemiev. What's in store for us? So Dingliren is leading the match with a +1 score. And if he wins this game, then basically he wins the match.
He needs a draw, no?
No, this is only the third game. This is only the third game between them.
Yes.
Yeah, because
So-
everything is up and down. Yeah, yeah, Magnus
Some
will
players-
start.
Right, you're right. Because the players, when they finish, they start 15 minutes after their game. So some have finished earlier, some after. And you're absolutely right, Peter. This is the third game in the Artemiev game. So he still has one white. But look at the position we have on the board. White has gone G4. So it's definitely headed to be a very sharp middle game.
Yes, and it's, I think, the right strategy. I mean, try to use the momentum. He has the white pieces, and look at the clock situation. Dingliren is with 16 minutes versus 7 for Artemiev. Let's take a look. I think something very similar happened as in the first game. It looks like this is some kind of a Carlsbad. Yeah, little different move order, but finally the position is the same. However, now White's knight was committed to F3. Knight E4, Bishop F4, Knight DF6, castles. Yeah, this is a line I think Artemiev was playing quite a lot, and it means probably that Dingliren before the match had actually prepared for this, because seeing the speed, how quickly he's doing it, it indicates that this is some kind of a preparation. F3, Knight D6, G4. Yeah, definitely preparation. Bishop takes D3, Knight takes D3, and looks a little bit strange than what White is doing, but he knows what he's doing. It's all part of the prep. He knows that he will get E3 for in a nice way. Knight F8, trying to reroute the knight to E6 via G7. White goes E3, E4, D4, F4, Knight G7, Rook A, D1. And Artemiev is still thinking, down to 5.5 minutes. Wow, I know the feeling, that it's complications. You felt like, your opponent, if he's blitzing, he knows his stuff. Yeah, and then you are afraid that you are playing against a computer. So you are double careful, and by this burning a lot of time.
A lot of time. I mean, 5 minutes to Artemiev, 16 to Dingliren, and Artemiev on the think again. A very risky position. I mean, for both players. White has committed G4. Peter, in such structures, should Black try and trade off these bishops on the dark squared bishop with a move like Bishop G5? Is that a candidate move in the position?
It's definitely a candidate move. The big question is, where will it lead, and what is White having in mind? Yeah, because I cannot retreat the bishop. Bishop G3 would run into Bishop E3 check, and my pawn on D4 seem to be falling, which
And I was also
means
thinking
that
maybe after Bishop E5 might even go F6 with the same idea.
yeah, it somehow gives me the feeling that, yeah, I have to somehow stabilize then after Bishop G5. But Artemiev, after spending a lot of time, he goes for a very concrete approach with Knight E6, the move that
I like it.
yeah, it's the most logical. I was kind of calculating, because hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on D4, and after Bishop E3 you have Knight C4 hitting that bishop. And I felt like if it would be a blitz game, Vladislav would have blitzed it out, but he senses that this is preparation from Ding, judging by his time management. And then all these crazy computer precision lines, you need to double, triple check before able to go for it.
Maybe he's thinking, considering some move like bishop h6 here, hitting that rook on f8, and if knight takes d4, queen f2, attacking that knight on d4. Not sure if all the tactics work out, but this could be something that Artemiev is considering at the moment.
Yes, I mean, that's why he spent a lot of time. Yeah, he already made up his choice, and now
He
Dingley
goes
then
for
goes.
it, bishop h6, rook e8.
Yeah, Dingley then goes for bishop h6, rook e8
Because
is
I
played.
think, Peter, after knight e6, bishop e3, maybe bishop g5 would be even stronger.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you have to keep the momentum going with white. You already you are playing a very concrete chess. Yeah, you weaken yourself, but at the same time, if you can maintain your center and make use of your initiative, for example, on the f file, then white has a wonderful position. If it backfires, then black will actually get very, very good winning chances. So really a lot at stake here.
Well, knight d4 is a direct threat, and I'm just wondering how white wants to counter it. Can you make a move like queen f2? I really like this idea of bishop g5, and I feel a quiet move like queen f2 might invite bishop g5, because let's say you trade bishop g5, queen g5. You don't have time to go e5 now, because queen g4 comes in with a check, and then knight will jump to f5 defending f7.
Exactly, yeah. So this is a very critical position, yeah, because okay, if suddenly you are creating all these threats, okay, also here the big question is, can I actually just play a move like h3? Do I have the right to play like this and still saying that, you know what, I have this e5 knight e4 threat, and how are you going to defend it? It looks like you got the tempo, but still you have to solve this problem.
Very interesting
complex
stuff. I love this position, because I think when you're down a point, like Artemiev is, this is exactly the kind of chess that he can aim for, that he wants with the black pieces, because it also gives him chances in the game.
Yeah, it gives him chances, but at the same time, I would prefer to give extra 10 minutes to Artemiev, yeah, because because it's such a complex position. Playing it on 4.5 minutes against Dingley, then it's little bit scary.
We've seen Artemiev in this situation so many times where his clock is just running out. But the one thing you notice about him is that even when he's down on the clock, he's very Grischuk-esque. His quality of play is still extremely high.
Yes, I think it also comes by the fact that he plays very strategical chess. Yeah, that his positions always have very nice fundament. Yeah, this is one of the main things that you have to pay attention to if you are a time trouble addict, basically. Yeah, that you know that you have a solid position, then it's much easier to handle the time trouble phase than when all the pieces are hanging and you have no way of, you know, understanding what is happening. You always need to calculate move per move.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on this board. Peter, very interesting pawn structure in the Esipenko-Eric Hansen matchup. Let's jump to that, because black's pawns look absolutely hideous in the position. That bishop on d6, is that even a bishop? The knight has gone back to b8. He clearly wants to reroute itself to d4 and b4, which gives black some hope. Am I being very pessimistic about black's position?
No, but that's the point, that actually this bishop on d6, this terrible looking bishop, is the soul. It's actually the cement of the position, because if we remove this bishop, then all our pawns will be very, very vulnerable. Yeah, e5 pawn will fall, c5 pawn will fall in the long terms, but actually if black gets knight c16, also bishop g4 is a threat, and knight gets to d4, black can get incredible grip of the position, and in 2-3 moves we might be talking about that. Wow, what a nightmarish position white has, because also this bishop on g3 is kind of completely stuck out of the game if he's not winning the e5 pawn. So all comes down to next moves. Queen d5, a very, very aggressive move, trying to make good use of it. But what does it mean? So after knight c6, can he sacrifice? I mean, can he take on e5? I don't think so. Knight c6. I don't see a way to. I mean, he wants to play knight takes e5.
Let's take a look. So knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5. If queen e5, you're picking up the knight. If knight e5, you're picking up the rook. So maybe it's working.
Yeah, maybe it's worked. This is his idea. I mean, it's quite stunning. I just can't believe that it could work. Yeah, I mean, queen d5, knight c6, knight takes e5. I don't have any dynamics. Maybe I don't. But it really does feel like there should be something.
Maybe you just give it up. Maybe you just go knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5, queen e5, queen c6, take out your bishop, bishop e6, hit the c4 pawn. Knight e3 is still possible. What's going on there? Let's take a look. Bishop e5, because it looks like a very forcing line.
Yeah, but this I'm not so happy with. Yeah, this I'm not so happy. Hang on. No, I cannot tap the queen. Yeah, yeah. Bishop e6, knight e3. I mean, then okay. Finally, things things work out, clarified in white's favor. No, hang on. But after queen d5, if knight c6, knight takes e5 is really possible, then I might have to approach the position differently.
Meanwhile, Magnus Liam, as expected, has ended in a draw. Liam is definitely playing his final game, which means he's got to win on demand. That will be their fourth game, their final rapid game. Liam's got to win to force a playoff. Otherwise, it's Magnus Carlsen through to the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great game by Liam. I mean, first of all, there was some pressure for Magnus. But then Liam defended very well. We have seen this a4, rook a5 idea. And then even it turned and Magnus had to really fight hard to keep the balance. This might give the confidence to Liam that he needs, that actually Magnus is vulnerable. Yeah, it's not like he's dominating Liam. No, Liam has had some chances in the second game with white. Now he was doing fine with black and he can look forward to the fourth game. But how do you pose problems? We also see that in the game. By the way, also Vincent Keimer, Ian Nepomniachtchi game has started. Also here, look at the clock situation. I mean, these guys, these World Championship finalists, they are so well prepared. They have so many ideas. It's so difficult to target them, to find any weak spot. Also here, it seems like it's complex. Vincent is trying something, but we will see if he will manage to get something out of it. For the moment, for me, the Dingley then Artemiev game. Look at this. What? Knight on e4. I mean, these four knights.
Look at these four knights. That is incredible. Just facing each other, next to each other, and keeping everything under control. But it just feels aesthetically as if white's the one who's ready to pounce on black.
Yes, it feels like, okay, let's return to rook e8.
Sacrifice the pawn, though. Black has an extra pawn.
Yes, okay. If not, then of course white would be winning. And Dingley then spent time and he opted for d5. So he doesn't want to give black any chance of stabilizing. Now bishop g5 is never possible because the f6 square is vulnerable. After the trade of the bishops, white will use, okay, let's make the moves. White will have knight f6 check, forking. So he had to take on e4 and then white jumps knight e5. And now black had to, because the queen on d8 is vulnerable, pawn on f7 is vulnerable as well. We see the rooks guarded by these two incredible knights. Very dangerous attack. So knight d6 had to be played and now it's white to move. Very attractive position for white. Yeah.
This looks very, very scary for black. I mean, even though he's got the extra pawn, but look at those two knights, the rook on d1 on the open file, pinning the black knight. But how can white continue this initiative? Can he try and put more pressure on the f7 pawn with a move like queen f2?
Yeah, well, some queen move, yeah, because all of white's pieces look perfectly placed. I feel like we need to improve the queen. There is also an argument for touching this knight on d6 with a move like queen d2. Where is this knight moving at all? Because the bishop, I'm threatening to take the knight e7. You can't play bishop f8 because of knight f6 check. It's also very, very, and look at this, the more the engine bar is thinking, I mean, the engine bar is going more and more crazy, saying that white is completely winning.
I really like your idea of actually going queen d2 or queen d3, Peter, threatening knight e7, because that knight on d6 can't move because of the pressure on f7. So black will have a real problem. Also, queen d2 stops all this bishop g5 stuff we keep looking at.
Yes, exactly. I mean, both queen d2, queen d3, very, very tempting. But I like, and Dingley then goes queen f2. I'm not liking this move.
He goes queen f2, and not just you, the eval bar also says that now it's black's doing fine. So this was a bit of a mistake by Ding.
Well, I just felt like, you know, what Ding is doing is very nice. I wanted to praise him that he's taking time. It's correct. You know, that's the correct approach because he feels that his position is wonderful. he definitely doesn't know if it's winning or not. Yeah, the players are always kept in the dark during the game. They don't know the computer evaluation.
Yeah.
So, but this move Queen D2 or Queen D3, it looks so tempting, but maybe he just couldn't refrain from Queen F2. It also looks very attractive.
Yeah, you just put pressure on F7. That's the first move I wanted to play when I looked at the position. Queen F2 on the board. Now, I'm still kind of trying to understand why the eval bar doesn't like it at all, actually. And Knight F7 is a big threat. How is Black fighting against this?
Well, I think the only problem.
Wow, and look at this. There's been a big blunder on the board, Peter. Knight G5, and now White is apparently completely winning.
Yeah, well, it looks like you might just win on the.
So Knight E7, isn't Knight E7 winning? Knight E7, Queen E7, Bishop G5.
Yeah, but still, Queen G5, it still goes on because Rook D6, I have Queen E5.
Queen F7.
Yes, and okay, I wanted to take Queen. I can also take with the Rook.
It's Rook D6 first.
Yeah, Rook D6. Yeah. Okay, something takes on E5, and I don't feel that this is checkmate. Yeah, because G4 is hanging as well. But definitely something is wrong with Black's position, and the main problem is that he's just 1.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, in such a complex, crazy position, it's impossible to with so many tactical options. But now the big question is White's win really so simple, or actually White needs some incredible computer stuff?
I mean, Knight H3 is a threat. There has to be something, Peter, because the eval bar just shot up like crazy. So something we are missing. There is a direct line here. What are the moves that you think White should be considering here? So Knight E7, you're saying doesn't work. Knight E7, Queen E7 is a pity.
No, Knight E7 is one of the candidates. I just don't see yet the very direct way. And if I don't win on the spot with Knight E7, then I definitely don't want to release the tension. So
And what if you take the other knight, Peter? What if you take the other knight?
You mean Bishop takes G5?
Yeah, what if we start with this, and after Bishop G5, if we just, okay, Knight F6 is still not possible. If we just pick up the F7 pawn, Rook F8, is Rook F8 a move here?
No, I actually was calculating. This was one of my very first calculation when I looked at this position. Yeah, takes before I saw any evaluation bar or whatever. The big question was, how does this end after Knight F6? And I thought to myself that Black has this move Queen B6 check, and I'm not sure that this is so convincing. Yeah, that was my very, very early calculation.
Oh, wait, what about Knight C7? Yes, and Tad confirms it. So I produced Knight C7 instead of Knight F6, Peter, attacking the queen and the two rooks.
Yes, so Bishop G5, Knight F7 takes, King H. Wow, but this is actually so easy to miss, yeah, because you are always looking at mating ideas, and then the deadly move is Knight C7, not an easy spot. And look at this, Ding doesn't find it. He goes King H1, still a very, very good move because, okay, the position is just fantastic. But to find all these things, if it's a mating attack, it's logical, but the key move was Knight C7, not easy to spot.
Wow, amazing stuff. If Ding wins this third game, then it's match over. It's Ding through to the semifinals. And though King H1, we saw, but the eval bar still says that White is completely dominating. Peter, we'll come back to this. Let's quickly take an update on the Esipenko Eric board. Also a very interesting position. White has sacrificed a queen, but in exchange, White has a knight, a rook, and wait, how many pawns is that? That's one pawn.
Yeah, one pawn, but also this incredible grip on the position. Yeah, the structure. Black has this damaged pawn structure. So White's knights. And what happened? It was this Queen D5, Rook A7, Bishop takes E5. So actually, this is what the players had to calculate, that after Bishop B7, White would be losing a piece if not for this Queen sacrifice with Bishop D6. So this definitely Andrey had foreseen and evaluated that, wow, this is looking very, very attractive. I mean, first of all, White is risk-free. And in a practical game, very, very unpleasant for Black to defend against this monster knight. Knight D7 on the board. And Eric has only 30 seconds left. So very, very tough situation.
So now does White actually, because of also the clock situation, should White just try and keep all the pieces on the board and make a move like Knight C6 instead of trading the knights?
It's also possible, yeah. Knight C6, of course, after Knight C6, there is a little bit more tension because then Black also activates itself with Rook B7. And now black's knight will be a nice blockader, yeah? So he would love to, for example, if you take on a5 like this, then he goes rook b4, dominating the knights. If you take with the other knight, then I enter with rook b2. I'm not sure that you want to give any of this initiative.
No.
And black is also starting with queen f6. What I feel like, you know, maybe just very systematic play, like not necessarily taking, you can also play rook a d1 first and rely on the fact that you are pushing this pawn and you are reinforcing it with the rook double on the d file. Yeah, for example, getting rook a d1. Just want to highlight some construction I want to. Now the problem is rook e5 allows queen f4. That's a problem. So of course queen is a powerful piece, but for example knight e5, and if I can get d6, rook d5, rook e d1, then I think white is completely winning. So that is the position I want to achieve, and this is what Andrey is trying with knight d7, rook d7, d6, keeping this lovely knight on c4, guarding the pawn on d6. White knows that whenever black takes on d6, this will be nightmare. It should be technically lost position slowly.
I'm just amazed, Peter, at that move rook a7. When we left it last at queen d5, and we saw these ideas that if black goes knight c6, which was such a tempting move, losing that pawn on e5, rook a7 was not a move that came to mind. And then Eric found rook a7. Eventually, Andrey sacrificing this queen and getting this position. I mean, both players have played just exceptional chess in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, now Andrey has everything under control. Also, Eric is down to 8 seconds, 7-6.
A tough position, yeah.
Very tough, because white will simply play g3, kick this queen away, create luft. This knight on c4 is the soul of white's position. Just dominates completely, guarding the b2 anti-square, yeah, g3 on the board, of course, with tempo, rook e d1 or rook c d1, depending on the situation where black's queen is moving.
But can't black just keep things under control? So he's gone queen f5. Does white already go rook d1 or knight? Maybe knight e5, start pushing the pawn, the d6 pawn. Yeah, but knight e5 allows rook b2. I don't want to let any counterplay. No counterplay. Yeah, rook b2 is actually very annoying after knight e5. Yes. No, this I definitely don't want. And also seeing that Eric's last move, queen f5, was played with 3 seconds on the clock, you have this feeling, you know, that you just want to keep the iron grip. Yeah, rook e d1. And then maybe just next rook d2, you know, keeping guarding the second rank, getting ready to double. h5 trying to create something. h4 will be played automatically in a human game. Definitely. I mean, super excitement. Also, definitely very exciting action on Dingliren versus Vladislav Artemiev. But here only 14 seconds for Eric. Rook a7 played. He's got to find a way to get that pawn going. Is now knight b6, d7 an idea that he can look at? Yeah, but he's not in a hurry. I mean, I really would love to play rook d2 first, guarding the f2 pawn, because knight b6, rook f7 comes. Anyway, after that, I can still play rook d2. He goes knight e3. Okay, he wants knight e3. He's hitting the c5 pawn. Now rook takes c5. Just take c5. Yeah, just take c5, and okay, this, and then double rook cd5. The queen will never be able to move. What? Queen takes a4 is possible. Wait, what about rook h5 now? Rook h5, king g8. Yeah, and then rook back to d5, and then knight g4, knight e5. I mean, okay, of course you have to first put, for example, okay, you give a check, king g8, you play rook to d5, rook has to come to d7. You somehow put the other rook to d4. Black gives the check, you go king g2, and then knight g4, knight e5 should just end the game. This is what I'm expecting. Yeah, rook h5, king g8 on the board. Just rook gd5, just double protect and force black to go rook d7 and then bring the knight. Brilliant play by Andrey Esipenko. I mean, we were just that opening with, it's just amazing how quickly things turned around with this queen sacrifice on the board. Rook d5, he's got a block, and now just white has to find a way with the knight to come and hit the rook. So maybe, do you start with knight f5 or do you start with rook d4 here? I like both moves a lot. He goes rook d4. Wow, and the Valbar is not a fan of rook d4. Yeah, I saw that the other rook should come, rook 1 to d4. Of course, he wants to keep an eye on the a pawn. Yeah, that's of course the logic behind it. But he needs to bring the knight. Yeah, he needs to bring the knight. And now, of course, black already wants to go a5, a4. Peter, I'm going to ask you to jump quickly to the Ding Liren Vladislav Artemiev game. That one looks like Esipenko has it in his hands. It's just a matter of conversion. What about this? Looks like a wild attack in the position. Rook G8, the only move to stop Queen G7. Checkmate. The eval bar is absolutely crazy for White's position. Is there a direct blow that finishes the game?
Maybe there is, but there is also such a dominance that I mean, Black seems simply...
I'm just thinking about knight f6. I'm so attracted to this move, knight f6, knight f6. But what's the follow-up? Maybe knight f6, bishop g5, rook f8.
Yeah, I mean, what? Rook d1. I was thinking about this because it's very, very tempting, but I did not want to weaken my d5 square intuitively. And look at this. There could be a big turnaround now.
All right, it might not be the move that you want to play, but why is it such a disaster for White to go rook e1?
Well, because computers are brutal. Actually, rook b8, rook takes b, or rook c2, hitting on h2. Yeah, what is happening? I mean, Ding has completely lost control. Alas, counterplay, and actually...
So rook e4.
Well,
Peter,
Artemiev with 10 seconds on the clock might turn the game and might come back in the match. Incredible.
This is unreal. So rook e4, the idea is to take on h2, and after king g1, you just take the bishop on h6?
Just take, yeah. You just take, and okay, you protect your king, and you are coming with bishop c5 check. I mean, now White's king is completely doomed.
God. This is a massive comeback. I think rook c2 was a move completely missed by Ding.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, he had so many chances to finish this game off. He had this incredible time advantage, and then suddenly this.
You look at Ding, and you know that he knows that things have gone wrong, and it's a complete... Chess is just crazy like that, Peter. You play this brilliant game, you do everything right, you get a crushing attack, and then one slip, and it comes to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, this is completely crazy. Yeah, that chess one mistake, and okay, in online rapid chess, of course, this is even more dramatic. Yeah, because anything can happen in classical game. You are controlling the situation. Yeah, we are seeing this. There was nothing else for Ding, but this is now very, very unpleasant because now his king is vulnerable and Black's bishop is super strong.
Bishop c5, and that move g4 is coming to haunt Ding now, but he did everything right. Rook f6 he's taken. Well, at least he's taken the pawn back, but what happens after bishop c5 check here?
Yeah, he needs to move with the king g2.
Maybe he needs to get the queen into the game somehow. So bishop c5 check, king g2. What's the square for the queen? Queen a5, queen d2.
Yeah, well, yeah, queen a5, okay, but it's not so easy. I mean, queen a5, rook e2, I still can control things, but actually...
Rook h3 on the board.
Artemiev went for rook h3, and look at this. Now, engine bar says White is back in the game. Everything is under control. God. Okay, not better, but at least stable.
But he's down to 50 seconds, and with that king position, Peter, anything can happen. This position looks anything but stable.
Yeah, I mean, okay, more stable than one move before, but yeah, it's true. Nothing is clear here. Completely crazy.
Oh wow, we're getting an update that actually instead of rook h3, queen a5 immediately, not giving a check on c5. Queen a5 immediately was the way to go. We'll probably analyze it later, but just yeah, it was the computer move, and that's how Black had a great advantage. b4 played. What I think has happened now is that it's very difficult for Black to get the queen into the game.
Yeah, but rook d3, this is very nice because he hits the d5 knights, threatening all kinds of rook takes d5, queen d5, and then bishop h2 check, winning the queen. And if he forces this knight to move, then White's position collapses. The last move, b4, was exactly...
Peter, what about rook f7? Rook f7 threatening rook h7 mate.
But then queen h4.
Oh yes, queen h4.
Then defending and attacking. Yeah,
that's very annoying.
This rook d3, actually, I think this was the trick of Artemiev by playing rook h3. And look at this, rook d3 was played by 3 seconds.
He needs to make a move. He made a move in 2 seconds. Rook f7, but queen h4, like you're pointing out, defends h7 and threatens all kinds of checkmates. Artemiev is back in the match.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and there was nothing else he needs to take on h7, but this is very, very unfortunate because this is completely lost It's just one pawn, and the rook from d3 even protects after rook e6 the bishop on d6. Yeah, and resigns. Wow, what a turnaround.
That was a crazy comeback, Peter. I mean, it feels you've got to feel a little bit for Ding, you know, in such a game. He played absolutely brilliant, created this immense attack on black, and then that one miss, rook e1, missing rook c2, and it was all over. We'll come back to this game and maybe analyze it a little bit if we've got time later. We've got action on the other boards, so let's quickly jump to our live boards. Peter, Vincent versus Jan, we haven't had a look at that. Do you want to take a quick check?
Yeah, and also an update that Esipenko has not queened, but forced resignation thanks to his incredible domination of force. Is a brilliant queen sacrifice. I mean, really stunning, wonderful victory for Esipenko, grabbing the lead. And Vincent, I saw the game. I was keeping an eye on it. Vincent was trying. It looked like he was trying. He was getting somewhere, but Jan was always very, very alert. I mean, he always made sure that the two bishops that Vincent managed to get was never enough for anything because black was too active. And now it seems like the draw is inevitable. Of course, Vincent knows that draw is nothing, so maybe he will suicide himself, but I don't see any chances to do anything here.
Yeah, with that pawn stuck on a3 as a big weakness, and black's activity with the pieces, despite Vincent having the two bishops and a passive rook position on f1, it's very hard to imagine that he can make anything out of this.
Yeah, now he has this forced draw with bishop takes b3, a takes b3, bishop takes c5, after rook c5, rook b1. This is like an automatic draw, but he opts for rook b1 immediately.
So Vincent's still trying rook b1 immediately, but does this allow... So he wants to go bishop a3 and pick up the knight on b3 and say, at least I've got a bishop as well to keep trying.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, bishop takes a3, just a draw. Yeah, there is no need to do any fancy business for Jan. And with this, he's basically securing bishop c5. No, bishop c5 runs into rook b8, rook c8. This one needs to be careful. I mean, of course, you still have bishop f8, but let's just show that this would be fatal. But any other bishop move and bishop d6, and basically next move is f6. And handshake. Yeah. Okay. Now, of course, you move the or you move rook c6, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, Jan with his incredible experience, yeah, he managed to control the match, and he never gave Vincent any chances. Yeah, that's I think one of the key things when you play against young players, that you have to keep the total control, and Jan has the class to do that.
I think in this format, experience is just so crucial. And Jan, of course, has immense of that. But I think the one thing that really also works for Jan is just simply how fast he plays. Yes, we've seen those moments when he plays just a little too fast and mess things up. But I think in the overall picture, his speed and accuracy, for the most part, wins him a lot more games compared to the ones that he messes up, which happens once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he forced his errors for his opponents. Yeah, he forced his errors by playing so quickly. And yeah, it will be a completely deserved win because he dominated this match.
All right, so it looks like Ian Nepomniachtchi is going to be our first semi-finalist. Peter, we've got Liam and Magnus's game on, a very important one for Liam. He needs to win this one with the white pieces. What do you think are his chances looking at the opening outcome?
Well, actually now looking at this position, first of all, his pawn up. Of course, Magnus sacrificed this pawn for compensation, but where is the compensation? That's the very, very big question. And let's quickly take a look. How did this happen? Knight is this c5. Magnus plays this gambit line. I mean, okay, but why do you do this when you only need a draw? That's the only big question. I mean, cd, queen a4, bishop d7, queen takes d4, ed5, queen takes d5, and Liam just grabs the pawn. Knight f6, queen d1, bishop c5. Yeah, this is now one of those tabias of this pawn sacrifice. Engines say that black has good compensation for equality, but I always felt like, when I saw that this suddenly becomes fashionable, that I understand if you use computer for black, then maybe the compensation is enough, but I don't have the feeling that, humanly speaking, over the board it feels enough. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling when I see this. Knight e5, knight d4, knight c6, a3, a5, b3, slowly developing. And now it's Magnus's turn to prove where is his compensation.
I mean, it looks like a pawn. And bishop comes to b2, and then there's very hard to see what is the idea. Yes, he's got these rook activities. Can black actually just try and give up the bishop, try and create this isolated queen's pawn and attack it somehow, Peter? A line like, let's see, a forcing line, like let's say knight d4, you just trade everything, bishop d4. I don't know if queen d4 just looks very dangerous.
But I can, and I think I have to, because yeah, if I would take e d4, then you get some incredible compensation and my position will be very vulnerable. I need to take with the queen, good or bad, I need to, if I want something.
I just have a feeling that somehow, at least I have the hope that somewhere there's a good discovery move that attacks the queen. And queen b2 is what you have.
Yes, I have queen b2. I have queen b2.
Maybe.
And it's a pawn, it's a healthy pawn. And if my pawn, I mean, my bishop develops, I'm just winning the game. So there is quite some pressure on Magnus, yeah, because he wanted to play it fancy. And now he has to prove that it was the right decision.
Ian Nepomniachtchi, Vincent Keymer has ended in a draw, which means that Jan goes through to the semifinals. Vincent, despite being knocked out, I think, Peter, it's been a fantastic, not just a fantastic experience for him, but a brilliant performance by the German Grandmaster.
Yes, I think he had a fantastic experience, but today he learned a lot. He didn't get a chance to play his chess. And I think this is also priceless experience, yeah, that to feel, to understand is that, yeah, how strong your opponent is, how he's controlling everything, which level you have to come to also in the preparation level and everything, and the speed that Jan
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Good evening.
Good
evening, Jan.
We do have Jan with us in our studio.
The same coach or second that you have, Petr Leko.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, I guess secretly deep inside, deep in his heart, Petr, of course, was rooting for Vincent. And yeah, guess it's a little bit heartbreaking for him, so I'm very sorry. But yeah, let's say this is the sport. So but, in general, I would say, yeah, I think I missed a very very nice chance in the first game, and after this, it was never easy. And I'm really satisfied I managed to squeeze off this slight advantage in the game 3. But yeah, and I also think that position was a little bit shaky in the last game, but it seemed like black should be all right, but I wasn't like 100% sure.
Well, Jan, you've had some great results in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour first season as well, but have you ever played better, you think, in the tour?
I guess I played better in most of my tour, in most of my online tournaments. So far, it's well, I can only repeat what I have, what I said in the first day. It's hard to be proud because I guess the quality is, I mean, should be improved.
Well, are you following the Fighting Chess Index at all? Because I can tell you that you definitely have a very high score when it comes to fighting chess, playing very entertaining as well. Do you take some pride in that?
Well, I mean, especially tonight, yeah, I think fighting chess was like, my score is just, overwhelming, yeah, with 3 draws. But well, I mean, this is a little bit tricky thing, and on the one hand, I really like this 3-point system, yeah, especially for some show tournaments. But this fighting chess index is, I wouldn't call it like it's wrong or something, but yeah, I guess it's a little bit. I mean. It's a little bit weird, yeah, like trying to calculate this index using some openings, opening patterns, game length, and so on. I mean, it's a little bit, needs to be improved. But yeah, okay, maybe the idea is sound.
Well, we're definitely happy to see that your fighting index is so high. It's very entertaining to follow your games, Jan. And now you're going to face either Andrey Esipenko or Erik Hansen in the semifinals. Any preferences there?
Please not Hansen.
Okay, why not?
I'm scared.
Why is that?
Yesterday's game, it showed like who is who, so it will be hard to sustain such a master in when we play next game. So basically, it doesn't matter whom do I play with. I'll try to do my best. Yeah, but I would say my chances against Hansen are quite modest.
Okay, interesting. Now, finally, Jan, I want to just ask you a question, not about your political opinions or anything like that, but obviously there is a very critical situation going on with Russia. And I just want to ask you, is it affecting you at all? Are you thinking a lot about it?
I would say indeed. I wouldn't say that the last thing I'm thinking is the tournament, actually, but surely this whole situation is pretty sad for me. And, by the way, it's a holiday, like the day of Fatherland Guardians, if translated, word by word. And that's in this day, I'd like to wish basically everyone just try to be sane. Indeed, it's very serious.
Yeah, very understandable, Jan. But we hope you get to focus on chess over the next few days. We wish you the best of luck in the semi-finals starting tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. All right, Ian Nepomniachtchi, first player, ready for...
Definitely tough, Peter, when there's so much going on around as well. But so far, Jan's been really able to get his chess going and has been showing us exactly the kind of stuff we love seeing from Ian Nepomniachtchi, cruising through in the preliminaries, crushing through in the preliminaries, and then now through to the semi-finals. Peter, what is the update on the Liam Magnus board? We left it last around the point when we were looking at trades on d4. Let's just take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. After knight cv5, we were kind of thinking that probably black has to try to use the momentum for all these trades, because if white is given another move to develop the bishop to b2, then black will be left without any counter chances and just be pawned down. So takes is obligatory, takes on d4 as well. We talked about this, that if white takes e takes d4, then black has just lovely compensation in long terms. Bishop comes to c6. White is very, very vulnerable. Black has wonderful coordination and very active pieces. This is certainly very nice. So white had to take with the queen on d4, bishop b5. Now I would actually love to sacrifice my queen, but then again, black will be too active. So white plays along the line we analyzed, queen b2, black captured. And here this is a very, very important moment, because just one more move for white, bishop b2, and white will win without any trouble. But black has knight e4, just in time to stop bishop b2 due to rook d2. And this changes everything. This suddenly gives immediately the feeling that if white is not able to develop, then black might develop exactly thanks to this one extra move. Serious counterplay. So a4, rook e8, bishop a3, queen e6 on the board. And we see now that the pawn on b3 is vulnerable. Black's knight on...
Rook d2 coming in, Peter.
Yeah, and the knight on e4 is very dominating piece. Yeah, because it secures the d2 square for the rook, also eyes the c3 square, which can fork white many, many times. It does seem like this is the typical kind of computerish compensation where engines are saying, you know what, it's just 0-0, I don't care if I'm pawned down.
So while it was hard to see the compensation for Magnus when we left it last, it actually looks like he's managed to create exactly that. Look at the activity of the pieces, the knight on e4, the two centralized rook, queen hitting the b3 weakness. White has an extra pawn, but some problems to solve. Peter, let's just take a look at some lines, because queen b3 is a direct threat. How does white defend the pawn as well as counter the threat of rook d2?
Yes, well, actually, we get the answer from Liam. Yeah, he goes b4. Also, we have to keep in mind that he needs to win this game. Yeah, so he definitely wants to avoid any kind of move that is kind of safe but doesn't give him any chances. So he wants to keep his pawn. He wants to trade it, and he's hoping that if black will not be able to use the momentum, then after all, pawn is a pawn.
And I think we've got liftoff on our other board as well, Peter. Maybe we can just take a quick look at the opening on the Erik Hansen Esipenko matchup. It's been such a close fight so far, but Esipenko, with that brilliant last game, took the lead in their match, and Erik has to win on demand to secure a playoff.
Yes, and they are playing this line that was featured in the very first game of the World Championship match, right? This is the anti-Marshall with castles h3, yes. Bishop b7, d3, and black going for knight a5 for this line that Magnus used in the first game as a big surprise. Knight e5 takes, d5, ed5. But after queen d5, I think the move was queen f3. This is what Jan also blitzed out because he knew this. I think queen f3 is the main move. But Erik, maybe he prepared something, or he didn't know. He plays the move knight f3, and the move rook f8 is on the board. I'm a little bit, I mean, I don't want to misinform anyone, but I do feel like the game was queen f3, bishop d6, and then king f1, because this was actually one of the main points of white's preparation, that after this, you know that at least you are safe. There are no mating ideas from black, and you are pawn up, black having, of course, nice compensation, the typical Marshallish compensation, but that's more or less fighting more for the draw than for advantage. But here, Erik played the move knight f3, and after rook f8 goes bishop e3. Well, now black gets a very nice version. I mean, black can play c5, for example, c5, and after knight c3, black can fall back with the queen to c6, keeping this long diagonal, and the knight from f3 can never move. Black will come with rook a d8. I mean, this looks like lovely compensation.
Well, Erik's really keeping it going on the clock. He's been blitzing out his moves, which kind of seems to indicate to me that he knows what he's doing so far. And it's hard to imagine that Erik is not familiar with what happened in the World Championship.
Yes, well, it's true, but sometimes, okay, you might feel like, no, people will not repeat this, yeah? When you play the line with h3, there are millions of lines that you have to keep in mind, yeah? You have millions of lines, so it's not so easy just to focus on one position.
Peter, the position we need to focus on right now is Leko Tania versus Magnus Carlsen. What is going on here? Is Magnus just repeating with knight h3, knight f2?
Well, I mean, he might be also winning, but repeating is basically winning for him. So in this sense, he might. What happened here? What really happened?
How did it even get here?
Yeah, I mean, b4, rook d2, queen b5, knight takes f2. Boom! Yeah, it was underestimated or missed by Liam.
Wait, so what is going on after rook f2? The line is that you just take on e3, or you go rook f2. You go rook f2 first, right?
Yeah, and hang on. So draw already finished. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen knows that draw is a win. That there is no need to try to find here some miracle. The job is done. He seals his spot in the semifinals, and that's what matters.
Just amazing stuff. But this was just so sudden. Peter, what is the problem with rook f2? Why could he not take it?
Yeah, so queen b5, I was actually thinking that white might play something like queen f3. I mean, a safer move, yeah, but queen f5, knight f2. So if he takes,
so rook
I mean, probably that was the trick, that it looked like it's safe for Liam, but then he.
So you take rook into f2, king into f2, queen e3. It looks like there has to be something here.
Yes, king f1 and then rook e5.
Rook e5 or rook e5 is
rook e5, covering all the back rank, hitting the queen, and the rook f5 checkmate is coming. Yeah, so actually it feels like because of the back rank issues, the tactics should not work. Probably that's why Liam got fooled. Yeah, he felt like
queen b5 was a blunder then in the game, which just takes the queen to the other side of the board, allowing this tactic immediately with knight f2, and that could very well have been the big mistake in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, basically knowing what happened in the game, any move, even the move Queen E1 was much better. Yeah, just not to blunder anything. Of course, Black has wonderful compensation. We are not arguing about this, but I mean, everything is better than falling into this incredible tactical shot.
Well, we do have a second semi-finalist. Magnus is in the studio in Oslo.
So it was okay. Maybe A5 was not so inaccurate when I played that. But I think his only chance was to take with the pawn on D4 when he had the chance there when I took his knight. After what he played, I got to trade off the bishops and I got to plant this knight in E4, and then I think I just had too much activity. I mean, in order for him to have any realistic winning chances, at least. And then, yeah, I guess he just missed knight f2. But I didn't feel like I had any particular worries there. Anyway, yeah, of course, there must have been some win there. For instance, I can go rook takes g2, but I have not come to value the tour rating that high yet that I just forgo a 100% certain qualification. Have to for more.
Now, I guess there also was a pawn sacrifice in this final game where you only needed a draw. Is that a sign that you're feeling like your normal great self again?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think this pawn sack is not necessarily a way to play for a win. Usually, as black, you're a little bit worse and you're trying to get the pawn back and make a draw. But it's interesting.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the tour rating. Are you also paying attention to the fighting chess index at all?
Yeah, I did. I think it must have been the draw against Ding. I felt like I was shockingly low on that. I took some exception to it, actually, because I've certainly played a lot better chess than I have not so far in this tournament before, but I think there were a lot of decisive games, some pretty long ones as well. So that was, I took some exception to that.
Cool. Well, you're going to face either Ding Liren or Vladislav Artemiev in the semifinals. Any preferences there?
I thought it was. I thought Ding was winning the third, so I didn't think it was.
Yeah, he wasn't, and it turned around very quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a lot of battles against both of them previously, so whoever I face will be tough. But yeah, generally Ding is very, very strong.
And I just wanted to finish off ask you a question, Magnus, because we've been joined by young Pragnananda today, who's had a few very crazy days after that win against you. Massive attention from media, from fans, and you've experienced that yourself, of course. Do you have any tips for a young player to stay grounded and focused and keep playing great chess?
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. Give people the space to develop, and don't expect something very special every time, because that's not realistic. I think he's shown a lot of promise over the last few tournaments, both here and also in Vacances. He clearly has a lot to learn, but he's on the right track, and the more time and space he can be given to develop at his pace, then the better. But he's obviously doing very well.
All right, thanks for that insight, Magnus, and we wish you best of luck in semis tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen, he seems quite healthy and back to his energetic self.
Yeah, he seems good.
There's some pretty wise advice there, wise words from Magnus on that one. Peter, echoing what you were mentioning as well, that when something like this happens, it shouldn't have a negative effect of extra expectations from a very young and a very talented prodigy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the kids, the prodigies, they know how to handle these things. The only problem is that from the outside world, the media and the people are thinking that, okay, if Praga already at the age of 16 beat Magnus Carlsen, then he will be the next world champion in 1 or 2 years. And I think this is exactly what Magnus meant by, you should not get carried away. You should not feel any pressure because of this. You should enjoy that. Yes, thank you very much. I managed to beat Magnus. I showed my potential. But it's just the beginning of the road. Yeah, it's one game, and of course, Magnus was also taking massive risk in this game. Let Praga very, very quietly develop because he's on the right track. He's doing incredibly well. And just the same applies to all the other kids, like to Vincent, to Abdusattorov, to Gukesh, and there are so many other young, brilliant players that just give them time. Don't expect them to immediately become the world champions because it's not the way how it goes. You have to work incredibly hard, and the road is really long, but they have the potential to be really one of the greatest players.
Absolutely, and we've seen their potential in this very tournament. All right, Peter, we've got 2 semi-finalists already in. Both players played the World Championship match together. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi through to the semis. We've got the other 4 players still fighting it out. The action is on. Let's get an update on our Dingliren Artemiev board. Now, Artemiev scored such a comeback in the last round. I mean, it looked like a hopeless position for him. And then one slip by Ding and Artemiev is back in the match. The score is currently tied. This is their final game. And Peter, it's quite a wild opening.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I feel like, the previous game had really an impact on this because Ding is also trying to go for massive complications with the black pieces. I mean, I know that if he wants to be more professional, I mean, if he would have drawn the previous game, then he would have probably chosen a different variation. Clearly, he's looking for counter chances. He doesn't want to play solid. But this is also exactly what Artemiev needs, because this case, he also gets very nice chances with the white pieces that his opponent is not thinking mainly about solidity, stability, then also wants to create something. I don't know exactly if this was a pawn sacrifice or because the point is that what I mentioned that in this opening, I think Ding, if he needs a draw, he chooses the d takes c4 line. He has played it against me in the Legends tournament, a very, very solid, reliable way of dealing with this thing. But he, knowing that draw actually means the blitz playoff, he preferred to play a line which, keeps all the pieces on the board, but gives white also exactly what he kind of wants. This castle's knight b5 is a very typical way in this line. White has already won a couple of games with this idea, bishop e7, bishop e5, hitting on the c7 pawn. Of course, it's a very complicated middle game. So I'm expecting that Dingliren voluntarily went for it, but certainly it's very sharp. And here, look at this after c5. Artemiev takes bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, and has time to collect the pawn on a7. Quite a stunning sequence of moves because knight c6 fork is coming. So black has to play bishop b7. Now he has the time to come back. d4, bishop c4, knight d6. The battle is on. Black certainly has compensation, but white is a healthy pawn up.
It feels so brave that white went knight c3, knight b5, knight a7, knight b5. That's just so many knight moves to pick up a side pawn. Even though black has got the central pawns rolling, but white is just in time to make the king safe. Short castle is the first move that comes to my mind after knight d6. Peter, how does black keep the initiative going? He's a pawn down, but white has managed to castle.
Yeah, but this is already a very, very tough question because if you castle, then you give me the light square bishop. I will take immediately on c4 and I will claim that, I have the 2 bishops and the 2 bishops will give me long-term compensation. But maybe it's not that simple. Maybe you just take b takes c4 and say that, I have this lovely knight on b5. I'm putting pressure on the d4 pawn. And if you will have to release the tension with d takes e3, then white should be better. So there is really a good argument for castles. But if you don't want to, it's psychologically and humanly also sometimes so difficult to give up your dream bishop. This bishop on c4 looks so wonderful. So in this regard, a move like knight takes d6 is also tempting, but it gives black a lot of tempest. For example, queen d6, castles, queen g6
B5,
ideas.
maybe even b5, Peter, is a possibility.
Yeah, b5 also. I just wanted to highlight something like queen g6 and then bishop d6, and there will be always pressure on the king side. The same applies if you take with the bishop, and then after castles you go queen f6, also looking like some kind of a counterplay, and combined with this b6 b5 idea as well. So not an easy spot for Vladislav to decide which one to choose.
Well, this is going to be a wild game, and considering both players are on 1.5, we might see a playoff on this one. In the other board, Erik Hansen has to win his game to force a playoff. Peter, the marshal is still on, and very typical positions where white has got the extra pawn, but then black keeps up the initiative. Knight c3 played on the board right now, so white has managed to develop. Black can retreat with the knight. Moves like knight d6 come to mind, with the idea of going bishop f3, with the idea of getting the knight to f5. I think black should be happy with the kind of compensation he's managed to create in this position. How would white respond to something like knight d6?
Yeah, well, it looks like black has compensation, but at the same time, I feel that the way how Esipenko played it, he put some pressure on himself, because if something goes wrong, then white has the chance to be simply better. Yeah, so the price of each move is very high, and here I would like to come back to this moment that after bishop e3, I felt like, you know, the move c5 and then knight c3, queen c6, for example, this is long-term compensation. I would have much more preferred with black knowing that he's leading the match, yeah, and just sit like Magnus style, rook a8, bishop f8, h6, you know, you make all these natural moves, and you put the pressure. How does white wants to break this construction? But by going bishop b4, I think exactly this is the direction which suits Erik, because he needs to win. And yes, maybe objectively this is very complicated, but I think complication is in favor of Erik because of the tournament situation, of match situation.
Peter, if you look at the current position, we were talking about these ideas of bishop f3, and knight c3 is the other move that, of course, one has to check, because after knight c3, bishop f3 is immediately on the board. But he's gone for knight d6, by the way. But just quickly, maybe now you just take c takes b4. And black doesn't have a square on the g file anymore. Everything is defended. And this is perhaps why knight c3 doesn't work, even though it's so tempting. And now black has to fall back with the bishop somewhere, wasting move and a tempo.
Yes, exactly. And then the move that you mentioned, knight d6, was played by Andrey. Look at this. He's down to 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, certainly he's out of his comfort zone. Yeah, he certainly feels that there should be compensation. But as I said, I feel like he's already regretting going for this adventurous mode instead of the systematic one. Yeah, it's the fourth game of the day. You are leading. I don't feel that you need this adventures.
Also, the clock situation. I mean, Erik's got about almost 12 minutes, while Andrey is down to 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Knight d6 on the board, Peter. Let's just take a look at what are the threats here. The c4 pawn is under fire. Bishop f3 is an idea. Knight jumping into f5 potentially at some point, creating further threats. Maybe rook e6, a rook lift. I know you like your rook lifts, and trying to get the rook into the attack. A very typical martial idea. You mentioned that Andrey might have pushed just a little bit, but I'm still struggling, and I see the eval bar does seem to say that white is doing well here. But how is white countering all these threats in the position? Okay,
let's try then first knight e5. It's a logical move.
All right, knight e5. Not so easy to put any threats on the g2 square. Your c4 pawn is defended. So let's go with the other idea that I had in mind. Maybe knight jumps to f5 now, and I'm really dreaming of knight f5, knight h4. You can't get g4 because queen h3 comes in.
Yes, so knight f5 is the idea. Okay, it feels like, yeah, it's I mean, it's tricky. What I don't like with the knight on e5, that I will always love to play d4, d5, closing the bishop, but my knight on e5 is then vulnerable. So I have to find a way to solve this issue.
Which also makes me feel that I might have an additional threat of c5 in the position at some point.
Yeah, also. And that was the reason why actually I felt like if I could play the move knight d2, it looked a bit strange, but maybe I would prefer to play knight d2, guarding the c4 pawn like this, making sure that I have d4, d5 at any given moment when I need. Nevertheless, you can still go knight f5, and after d4, d5, I might have to worry about some knight takes easy, bishop So let's just show this knight f5, d5, you take on e3, and for example, f e3, you switch with the bishop and you target my vulnerable pawn on e3. Of course, okay, queen d3, it goes on. Knight is threatening to jump to e4. Very complex position.
Very interesting stuff. And I think because I play the Marshal myself, I've always liked and been fascinated with these positions. And I have to say, I'm enjoying Andrey's approach here, because especially given the fact that he's actually got a point advantage, there was no need for him to take so much risk. But he is really going for it after Eric chose not to go for the king f1 line. Let's see how this develops, Peter. Meanwhile, we've got some more developments and progress in the other games. So let's just get an update on that one. And wow, so we have that position that we were looking at. Let's just take it from where we left it. White did go short castle. The bishop was picked up on c4, as you mentioned. B takes c4 and d3. Peter, can you explain this move to us?
Yes, this was a very, very important move for Ding's evaluation of the position. Probably he felt like, because ED4 is a problem, you don't have a good choice. You definitely need both bishops to claim compensation. If you give up one of the bishops, then it will not work. And he did not like this d takes e3. I don't know exactly if because of d takes e3 or f e3. In both cases, it looks like white should it better. But the move d3 is very ambitious. The only question is that, is it justified? Is it working? Because he wants to basically make sure that the queen side is not connected to the king side. Yeah, he wants to cut white's position with this pawn on d3, trying to make good use of his bishop. But the question is, can he hang on to his d3 pawn? Yeah, and immediately Artemiev is targeting this pawn, rook c3, bishop f6, rook b3, queen d7, and knight e1 on the board. How do you protect this? And besides, not only the pawn is hanging, white also has this f2, f3 closing down the long diagonal. Looking very, very dangerous for Ding.
Yeah, that's exactly the feeling, right? d3, like you mentioned, cuts off white's forces, paralyzes white's position, but it also is a weakness. And Artemiev immediately going for it. The only move that defends the pawn on the spot is bishop e4. I can't think of another way to actually protect it, but then your idea of f3.
Yes, well, actually, my idea would have even been before you get the chance to play bishop e4 to play f3, but yeah, you played bishop e4. It's absolutely the correct move. Now after f3, at least you regroup the bishop to g6.
But do you have time to go e4?
Yes, but it's a move that I'm not sure I want to play, but maybe I have to. Yeah, e4, I weaken it. For example, you could move now the bishop and get f5 in. You would get very nice compensation. But the problem is, where do you put the bishop? And this knight is jumping out very, very quickly. Yeah, maybe it just works perfectly for white.
Wow, interesting stuff. All right, so knight e1 on the board, and Ding Liren having a think. Peter, after Ding taking this lead in this match and completely crushing in the last game, but things not working out in the end, it looks like Artemiev might have the upper hand now.
Yes, it might feel like this, and it's a very, very sad moment for Ding, because we also know that he plays in the night. I mean, or early morning, because it's already, I don't know, 4 or 5 a.m. in China. And the longer the match, yeah, for him, of course, having a blitz finish of this match would have been a dream scenario, and it was in his own hands. Yeah, it was very, very close. If he would have found one computer move there and he would have crushed the game, he would be already in the semifinals. And instead of this, he lost that game. Vladislav bounced back, and now he's in, it seems like, in a trouble. I don't see how to create really practical chances. White's play is just so much easier. Yeah, you just want to collect this pawn and then stabilize, and then you are winning. So it is up to black to find some miracle in the position, and it will be very, very difficult in this psychological state to find that.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And it's going to be, but let's see how this one develops. Knight e1, he's having a little bit of a think after this. I'm kind of failing to see what is, maybe he wants to put pressure on the c4 pawn with a move like queen e6, And that's the idea that he's looking at. We'll come back to this, Peter. Do you want to quickly jump to the other game? It's also quite rich in act. Wow.
Yes.
G4.
Yeah, actually knight d2 happened. The game continued like we discussed. Knight d2, knight f5, d5, c6 played, g4 played. Now the sacrifice, of course, on h3 doesn't work because the bishop is closed. So white can just pick up the knight with queen takes f5. So black's idea is knight takes e3. Rook takes e3 now protects the h3 pawn, puts pressure on the queen on h5.
Yeah, but this h3 g4 construction looks like a lifetime of weakness. Exactly, just fall back with the queen, queen h6 now attacking the e3 rook as well. You have to go rook e1 because if you take rook e8, that's definitely not what you want to do, allowing black's rook to capture the open file as well as the h3 weakness. So rook e1 here, and then can black try and take advantage of the d5 pawn?
Yes, it seems like almost automatically you would love to play the move rook e1, forcing rook takes e3, rook takes e3, and then the big question is, yeah, how do you take? Do you include something? Do you maybe even not play the move bishop c5? But no, Eric goes knight d2 to e4.
Oof.
Wow, that's well, it's justified by the fact that after cd5 he will have knight takes d5, and if, for example, just to illustrate, bishop d5, cd5 would work in perfect harmony of Eric's mindset. The knight is wonderful, then g4 is no weakness at all. So this is the dream scenario he would love to receive, and black has to do everything not to give him this option.
But can't you just do the exact same thing, but start with bishop c3 and then just pick up the d5 pawn? Because you can't take knight c3, the rook on e3 is hanging. So you have to take queen c3 probably, or b takes c3, but it doesn't matter. And then you just go c takes d5.
Yeah, bishop takes c3 looks natural, but hang on, after queen takes c3, c takes d5, do I have a good move?
Maybe knight c5. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's a
but you
good
have
move.
but you have queen c6 actually. That's a nice response.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems more or less fine for black. At least
Knight e4 on the board, but Peter, it does. I'm looking at the eval bar. It does seem to say that Eric's found the right way forward, still keeping the advantage going. So Esipenko down to 2 minutes. He just needs a draw in this game to make it to the semifinals. With this kind of a position, draw is the least likely result.
Yeah, bishop takes c3 on the board, and I'm very, very curious to see how Eric will react, because yeah, it's absolutely not so simple to find what is in store for us. I mean, queen takes c3 looks very natural, and then after c takes d5, where is the advantage? I just fail to find even the knight c5 doesn't look so impressive to me. I mean,
so queen c3, let's just have it on the board and let's try and look at some lines, Peter.
yeah, cd5. You can't take cd5, bishop d5.
No.
That's just immediately absolutely no go. So I guess I have to use the momentum with knight c5, and then I just feel that this queen c6 position threatening mate if I open up something, and
Okay.
if you have to take.
What about if we take knight b7, queen b7, and rook e1?
Yeah, but this is very, very drawish. I mean, you also have some idea to try to play c4, c5, and to try to create this great passer. I understand, but still, I find it very hard. After all, white's king side is also a little bit compromised.
And you're not even a pawn down anymore.
Yeah, no, not at all. Bishop takes c3, and Eric is also spending time. He felt like knight d4 is very natural, but what is the point?
I have my eye out on the other game as well. And as we were discussing, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6 on the board. And no, it hasn't been played, yeah?
No, it was queen e6. It was queen e6, the move that you asked me that what happens if you attack the c4 pawn. We talked about queen c1, and then the big question is, how does black continue? Well, Ding reinforced the d3 pawn because there is this weakness on g2, but nevertheless, Vladislav says, I can take it. And the justification is, I guess, that after rook d3, knight d3, bishop takes g2, you have knight f4, forking. Wonderful defense and winning. And after queen e4, double attack on the knight, and on the you even have knight f4. And after g5, you have this f3 move, and you survive everything, and you are just winning. Ding instead of this, then opted for h5. But now after rook d8, d3, it looks like white is just a healthy 2 pawns up. He's even starting to play e3, e4, and then slowly get his pieces out and win the game. Will be very, very hard to create any counter chances here for Ding. So Ding in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Artemiev in a wonderful position right now.
And for the first time, even on the clock situation, Artemiev and Ding have more or less the same amount of time. That just goes on to show how comfortable Artemiev is feeling with his position, and Ding not so much. Peter, I think our other board, let's jump back to that because it's quite a crazy position. As you're discussing, by the way, queen c3, c takes d5 taken. And now the moment of truth. What does white have in mind? Like you mentioned, if white takes c takes d5, bishop d5 just cannot be it. Knight c5 feels like the way forward. But then queen c6, and it's hard to find how white wants to continue there.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that maybe white is very, very tiny bit better, but knowing that white needs to win the game, it feels like it's a little bit too soft. It feels like too much exchanges are happening, and okay, where are the winning chances? On the other hand, getting a small age and being able to torture your opponent is much better than trying to search for something which does not exist in the position, and black immediately solves the problem. So maybe white has to play for it, and we'll try to squeeze this one out.
Hansen's really trying to find something in the position. Andrey Esipenko completely focused. Eric looks quite relaxed though here. He has played a line which is quite complex, and this is the best he's gotten out of it. One can't fault him for not trying with h3, g4, and all these, keeping these material imbalances in the position. But now it just looks like black has managed to win that pawn back, and tough to find a way for white. Knight c5 played. Tough to find a way for white forward. Queen c6 immediately blitzed out by Andrey.
And look at this. The engine bar says that white has some serious chances here. I mean, I believe that, you know, both players had been calculating this position the last couple of 3, 4, 5 minutes, and I think both of them felt like this is quite doable for black. But c5 on the board.
So the line that you mentioned, knight b5, knight b7, queen b7, trades and c5. At least the d5 pawn is a long-term weakness, and white, once he gets b4 in, the c5 pawn is quite a strength in all these positions. So black, to make sure that white doesn't get b4 in, immediately plays b4 himself.
Exactly, yeah. This was my worry, and I somehow felt like, you know, of course, yeah, if white, for example, black plays the move h6, white plays b4, then it's a very, very nice stable advantage, and it's a total nightmare. But by isolating this pawn on c5 with b4, the drawish tendency is very, very high. Yeah, queen d4 now on the board. I just feel like now white is not starting c6, so maybe now is the right time for black to create some luft with h6. And okay, black even captures on e3 first. Okay, so he wants to make sure that after h6, rook a1, after rook takes e3, white gets comfortable with rook takes e3. This is why Andrey starts with rook takes e3 first, making sure that he forces the queen to move, because f takes e3, it's maybe already too much. I mean, of course, in a must-win game, you know that you have to win the game. You even consider f takes e3, but I just find it very hard to believe that weakening the king side so much could give any chances. So the move queen takes e3 looks like the natural one. But now, okay, even now maybe h6. Yeah, now I would play the move h6, and you are not coming with the rook. You are not occupying. And I have also ideas like, for example, against rook e1 to play rook c8 and start targeting the c5 pawn. Yeah, queen e3 on the board. And h6 blitzed out as well. And finally, for the very first time in the game, Andrey is up on the clock. It also shows that, yeah, Eric feels like this is maybe too little, and he's always looking for a way to find something better, but finally he's forced to play the way he plays.
Amazing
H6.
precise play by both these players and keeping the clock situation under control. 8-6, like you mentioned, now c5 is going to be under fire, and white just doesn't have time to build the attack against the d5 weakness. Peter, while Eric thinks on this one, rook e1 played, and now you were mentioning the idea of black just going queen c6 here.
Well, or first rook c8, yeah, one of them. Definitely I want to target now this c5 pawn. And rook c8 feels more natural, and afterwards queen c6, staying a little bit more flexible, but probably you can choose any move order here.
All right, well, this is now, even like you were saying, for the first time, the clock situation under control for Andrey as well. Queen c6 played on the board, queen d4, and now rook c8. Or even, yeah, he's gone for rook c8, because rook b8, I think, would just allow white enough time to go rook d1 and put pressure on the d5 pawn. So rook c1 trying to keep, and now it's this balance. White can't move the rook from c1 away because the c5 pawn falls, so there's no way to put pressure on the d5 pawn. Peter, this is pretty even. Do you want to quickly jump to the Ding game, because that's such an important critical moment? Ding Liren, who looked like he was dominating this match, and the last game, he might come to regret a lot that move rook to e1, because the position that we have in front of us, actually, maybe, I mean, white has an extra pawn, but black does have these two bishops. How much of a compensation is this right now currently?
Yeah, but now, unfortunately for Ding, the knights are getting way too strong, and I like the execution of Vladislav, that he doesn't want to hang on to the second pawn. He was 2 pawns up. He sacrifices one, and in the meantime, he transferred his knight to d5. I mean, this is a monster knight, and now the other knight will also start to be activated. Probably knight f3, then the queen will come out. I mean, white will have incredible strong initiative and the pawn. So very critical situation for Ding Liren. He needs to break. He needs to play b6, b5 the next move. He needs to create some
I like that.
kind of a counterplay.
So, for example, if knight f3, maybe black can immediately strike with b5 and try and create some play. Because when you've got bishops, you want to open up the position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to create something, and yeah, knight f3 on the board. I'm believing that b5 will be also blitzed out. Okay, Ding still has 2 minutes on the clock, yes, so he doesn't need to blitz. It's more about Vladislav that. But this is Vladislav's style, that he makes sure that he gets a good position, and then he doesn't mind if he is very, very low on the clock, because he knows that he's controlling the situation.
Meanwhile, we might be seeing a repetition on the other game. Peter, let's just quickly see if this is going to be the end of the... Well, it's not. Wow, Eric Hansen going all in with h4. He wants to try to create some play, but it's super hard to imagine that g5 could be the idea, because white just ends up weakening his own king.
Also now rook e8, exactly. Rook e8 is very, very strong, because rook takes a5, runs into rook e4, and black will deliver checkmate. Get fantastic counterplay. And after rook e8 now, white will have to bail out with rook d1, but okay, rook d1, rook e4, queen takes d5. This is a very, very sad choice. I mean, this is super dangerous.
Yeah, and black refuses to trade after this. Black might just fall back with the queen. Queen g6. There's still queen d8, queen d3 though.
Yeah, also some h5 is there. Yeah, rook d1 on the board. Yeah, so
we might be seeing this.
We might be seeing this. Of course, Andrey doesn't need to. I mean, he can also play the move rook c8, and after queen d5, queen takes c5. That's maybe even more professional, not to run into any of this provocation.
Or the move queen e6 or queen g6, attacking the g4 pawn. Maybe queen e6.
Yes, queen e6, queen g6. Yeah, because okay, queen g6. I have h5. I have h5.
h5, queen g5. It still goes on.
Yeah, it definitely goes on. Now the big question is, yeah, that how Andrey wants to approach the game. Of course, this is the moment. If he would need to win, he would definitely go for one of these options. But he also has the option of just going rook c8 and be very comfortable.
He chooses a slightly more passive option. He decides to go for rook d8, and I'm slightly surprised with that decision, because it's quite non-Andrey like to make a passive move. But he feels that's safety first here is his approach, and now Eric takes the opportunity to take away the g6 square and clamp down the king side with h5.
Yes, and now also black will not have any active jumps anymore, because there was this momentum. Now he goes for queen e6. I'm not really liking this what Andrey is doing. That one move like rook d8 and now another move queen e6. I mean, then already targeting this c5 pawn with rook c8 would have been much more straightforward, forcing white to go rook c1, and then you might have been able to go rook e8 again. Now Eric goes rook d3, trying to get rook to e3. If he gets the e file, then he will create counter chances for himself. Queen c6 played as well. Back still very difficult to create something. Definitely one idea is some rook g3 g5 idea, but whenever the rook moves, of course black will immediately go rook e8, for example rook g3 rook e8, and g5 is met by rook e4, and white loses everything. The position falls apart.
Destabilize the queen, and d4, and the queen opens up. Peter, let's quickly jump to our other board as well. I know this is 8 seconds for Eric. Let's wait for him to make a okay. Let's go. It's so hard to keep track of what is happening.
Because he takes knight d4, and okay, bishop takes d5 is kind of forced, but it looks lost. Bishop d5, e d5,
and he is just so disappointed right now. And one really has to feel for him. I mean, playing at this hour, he's had such a good run in this event. And Peter, somewhere it felt like the quarterfinals was in his grip. I mean, he started with the lead and he played a fantastic game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like match is over. It looked like a knockout punch. But he didn't manage to finish it. And now Vladislav goes and rook takes c5 and rook takes h5. He's collecting 3 pawns. Besides, no, it's even where do you put this bishop? Because rook b5.
b5, rook b8, rook b5, rook b8.
That's it.
Oh my God.
It's
just, everything that's been with Ding this whole past, through the whole pandemic, with the situation of not being able to travel for tournaments and the situation with not getting the opportunity to play for the candidates. I just really feel for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that now after not having the chance to playing in the Grand Prix, probably this whole new series means a lot to him, the new tour. And we could see that he's really trying very hard. And today he played fantastically. I mean, if he finishes off in style in this third game, then we say that, wow, this is Ding Liren at its best. And then just one mistake and the whole match turns up and down. And because of that loss, he also played not according to his usual standards, because he wanted to keep some chances. He wanted to keep unbalanced position with the black pieces, and this exactly played into Vladislav's hands, and he paid a big price for it.
Wow, so Artemiev knocks out the world number 3 and advances to the semifinals. A big moment for him, and actually, yes, it is heartbreaking for Ding, but Artemiev really fought back. At the end of it, you make your own luck on the chessboard, and he got one opportunity in game 3 to turn things around. Magnus himself mentioned in the interview, it was clear that he was shocked that Ding did not win that game 3 because he felt Ding was completely winning, but he hadn't. Just one slip and Artemiev was on it. And after that, I think in this game, Peter, Ding never really got a chance in game 4.
Yeah, and of course, he was also carrying all the negative emotions. Vladislav was just so happy to be alive, because he was just really completely dead at some point in game 3. Very, very difficult to recover from that. And knowing that it's already 5 o'clock in the morning in China and not being able to sleep the whole night, and you are in such a very unpleasant spot, it's, I think, just impossible to handle the situation. And Vladislav, of course, kudos to Vladislav, because it was an incredible epic comeback. He used his chance when suddenly Ding Liren. And let's also not forget that Artemiev is down to his second, when all this turnaround happened. And probably that's why it also hurted Ding so much, because he was winning and he was also so much up on the clock.
Yeah, 100%. I think full credit to Artemiev for the fight that he showed, and it paid off in the end. He advances to the semis. Who is it going to be here, Peter? Can Eric try and make a comeback? He is going all out. F4, G4, H5. He's even gotten his king into the game. King has advanced to g3, but the c5 pawn is just so difficult for Eric to free his pieces. Is there any hope at all in this position?
Oh, and his last move, queen e5, was played on 1 second. That was a very, but also his problem is that the most natural move, queen d4, runs into c4 repetition after queen e6.
Queen e7, but now rook e8. Now your idea of rook e8 and rook e3, he goes rook c8. Wow, that's a bit of a surprise. I thought rook e8 was, but maybe queen.
Yeah, he can still go now rook e8. Yeah, he still has rook e8.
And look at the evaluation bar, Peter. It's just completely shot down.
Yeah, d4, but of course, yeah, okay, Andrey knows that draw is enough for him, and d4 is a very, very safe move. A lot of tension, a lot of nerves. Of course, Andrey doesn't need rook e8. If d4 is just guarantees a clearly better position without any risk, then why not to do it?
He's got to play rook e8 at some point, Peter. Rook e8 is just so tempting. You got to go rook e8 and queen e4.
Now, especially with the pawn on the, it's just checkmate because rook e8, rook e3, queen f3 check. Yeah, it's on the board.
God.
Yeah, Eric suicided himself because, okay, he knew that draw is the same. And as Magnus said, people still don't care so much about the new two ratings. The qualification, the trying to qualify is the most important one.
That's the most important thing. And now it all falls apart. Black has managed to open that queen, but Eric had to go all out. He had to try to do everything that he could. So one can't fault the last couple of moves. A draw or a loss is the same result for Eric. And with this, Eric Hansen is out of the Airthings Masters after an absolutely brilliant run. And congratulations to Andrey Esipenko, who is our final semi-finalist.
Yeah, incredible performance by Andrey. Yeah, this previous game, the game 3 with this queen sacrifice. I mean, we already know what would be our nomination as the game of the day because that was truly stunning.
Absolutely. What a fantastic day we've had. And semi-finals coming up tomorrow with this bracket. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes on Andrey Esipenko. Vladislav Artemiev takes on Magnus Carlsen. It might be too soon, Peter, but we're kind of on course for a World Championship match reclash. For now, we've got Artemiev with us, so let's hear it from him first.
First, I would like to say that it was very difficult match for me because I played against a really strong chess player, Jan and I know that he is very universal player with very well opening preparation and very technical with good tactical skills. So it's clear that it will be very difficult challenge for me. And we can to see that after 2 games I have a bad situation because my opponent lead with extra point and in the next game I have very bad position. I think that Dinderen can win with many ways, but I was little lucky. Maybe I find good defending moves, but still I was lucky in this game, I think. And final game was good for me, I think, but I feel that Dinderen played very risky. For compensation, but it was risky.
And of course, the format was a little different this year. Only 1 day of quarterfinals and semifinals will also be only 1 day. How did you like that?
I think that it's a very interesting idea because maybe for some people it was a little boring because full 2 days are very unclear who will be better, and now we have only 1 match and you must focus on every move, and it's a very risky situation because you can out in every moment. So I think that for fans it's very good, but for players it's more it's more difficult and but interesting.
All right.
Why no?
And you're going to face world champion Magnus Carlsen now in those semi-finals. What do you expect and what will be your tactics?
I feel that tomorrow I must play much better than today because probably tomorrow I will play against more stronger than yesterday. Because of course world champion, and every match with Magnus, it's a good story for me and very good experience, and I'm very waiting and will prepare probably.
We wish you the best of luck. That's going to be super interesting, and congratulations again on winning the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks for joining us, Vladislav. An impressive performance again by Artemiev. All the quarterfinal matches are now finished. We have 4 players ready for semi-finals. Anything that has surprised you specifically?
A few things maybe. Actually, the turnaround.
Wow, Peter, a phenomenal day of chess, and we've got our 4 semi-finalists. Let's bring up our bracket one more time. These are the matchups that we are seeing tomorrow. Ian Nepomniachtchi takes on Andrey Esipenko, while Vladislav Artemiev will play against Magnus Carlsen. We've got Esipenko with us in Oslo.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, it was very, very tough. And in the first 2 games, I didn't have any advantage. But in the third, I found this queen d5, luckily for me, and then I sacrificed my queen, and after this it's probably much better for me position. Yeah, it was really tough.
And then you were able to win 2 games in a row there in the end to clinch the match. How happy are you with your play in those 2 games?
I think it's better than it was before. Yeah, but it was still very intense.
And in your very first tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, with a bunch of the top players in the world, you are top 4, ready for semi-finals. What does that mean to you?
I wasn't sure that I will be in top 8 because I'm not really a big fan of online tournaments.
Now you are, I hope.
I mean, I'm just not really good. I thought online, yes, but somehow, yeah, I managed to qualify, and now I in the semifinals, so it's great.
Well, I guess you have to rethink that now, that you are a bad online player. You must be feeling quite confident being here top 4.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And you're going to face fellow Russian Ian Nepomniachtchi in the semi-finals. What will that be like?
He's in a very good shape in this tournament, especially. Yeah, it will be really tough. I will prepare for sure. Hopefully.
Yeah, and I know it's quite late, of course, where you are. Very intense, these one-day matches. Are you feeling tired now, and how will you sort of get your energy up for the semis?
Yeah, I feel just exhausted. Yeah. But after these games, I sleep really, really well. So it's nice.
Glad to hear that. Well, we congratulate you so much on being in the semis, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. All right, and his very first...
As these 4 players advance to the semi-finals, it is the end of the road for the 4 other players. Vincent came out of the quarterfinals, knocked out in the quarterfinals, but so much to celebrate for the German Grandmaster. He's all of 17 years old and has shown a brilliant run here in his debut at the Champions Chess Tour. Eric Hansen, another sensational performance here. Outstanding chess by the Canadian Grandmaster, the streamer from Canada, who also impressed us all. I think one has to feel a little downhearted for Ding, just simply with the way the day went. The world number 3 has shown amazing chess throughout the tournament, and today was just not his day. Artemiev, of course, fought back, and absolute appreciation for him for finding that one moment when he had the chance, and he absolutely took it. Leko Tania against Magnus Carlsen. One felt that Magnus dominated that match today. Peter, your thoughts on the semi-finals that are coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, well, first, before we move to that, I would like to highlight also what we heard from the players, that now that there is only just one day of quarterfinals and semifinals, there is so much more pressure on them. Yeah, and this is the whole motto of the new tour, that every move matters. And it really feels like this, because if you know that there is a second match coming, then losing the first day is not the end of the world. But here you know that if you lose this match, you are knocked out, and we felt the tension. The players, I mean, poor Dingliren, yeah, because it looked like, you know, he already has it in his bag, and then Artemiev comes back, uses the mistake of Ding, and then wins the last game as well. Shocking, lot of dramas, but yeah, now the semi-final is coming, and we have exactly the same format with just one match day. So really lot at stake. I mean, the Russian derby between Andrey Esipenko and Ian Nepomniachtchi definitely will be a very, very big clash. And just the same I'm expecting from Magnus against Artemiev. They already played a couple of matches. They feel each other. There is a little bit different dynamic than to Esipenko versus Nepo, because I think that's the first match that they will be playing against each other, while Magnus already has quite some experience with Vladislav.
Super exciting stuff coming up. And as they say in the world, there is no such thing as too much chess. So if you've enjoyed this, definitely go back on Chess 24 and go on to play some 3-minute blitz games, because we've got the Tor badges on. Not just that, you have a 50% off using the code Tor is back. And if the players who play maximum number of 3-minute games, the top 10 actually get a Tor badge, which gives you access to a lot of masterclasses by some of the top players and a lot of cool perks. So definitely check it out. No better time to go premium also, because it is happy birthday to Chess 24 tomorrow. The 24th of Feb, Peter, is Chess 24's birthday. Well, in India, it's already the 24th of Feb. So a big happy birthday to Chess 24 from all of us here in India. And yes, do like the stream if you've enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic tour so far. More action coming up tomorrow. Like and subscribe and show your love to Chess 24 as they celebrate their birthday tomorrow. And Peter and I will celebrate more chess action as the semifinals are coming up tomorrow. Good night.
Yeah, goodbye.
Port 5 was knight f6.
Should be enough for Rajabov.
Don't do this.
This was an amazing opportunity. You're looking how it can be the most painful.
Won his 5th championship title. One for the ages.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
Quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.